O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Good afternoon, members. Minister's statement. Minister Kwachagudani, the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, today is National Pink Shirt Day. I applaud all members for wearing pink in the House today to symbolize that we will not tolerate bullying of any kind. The Internet has opened an invaluable connection to the world by allowing residents of all ages, and even our smallest communities, access to information and opportunities easily. Sadly, it has also allowed bullying to move online. Cyberbullying is the use of technology to harass, threaten, embarrass, or target another person. The intention is to cause harm or distress to the victims. Most often, it is sustained and repeated over a period of time and can damage a person's feelings, self-esteem, reputation, and mental health. Cyberbullying includes sending mean or threatening emails, text, or instant messages, posting embarrassing photos of someone online, creating a website to make fun of others, pretending to be someone by using their name, and tricking someone into revealing personal or embarrassing information and sending it to others. Mr. Speaker, cyberbullying affects victims in different ways than traditional bullying. Unlike face-to-face bullying, cyberbullying can be relentless and can follow a victim everywhere, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Because cyberbullying can spread quickly to a wide audience, most teens today have been involved in some way or another, either as a target, as a bully, as a silent observer, or as someone who participates on the sidelines and becomes part of the problem without realizing what they are doing. As well as being traumatic, people need to know that forms of cyberbullying can be illegal. There are repercussions to these actions. Repeated tormenting online can amount to criminal harassment. Threatening to share someone's personal information with others can be extortion or uttering threats. Fake profiles created to ruin or damage someone's reputation could result in charges of identity theft or fraud, while spreading untrue rumors may be defamatory libel. The sharing of intimate images of people may be illegal under the Criminal Code of Canada. The sharing of intimate images of youth, even solely among youth, may also fall under the Criminal Code's provisions relating to child pornography. I encourage anyone who is experiencing these types of incidents to report it to your local RCMP or to cybertip.ca. If you are being bullied online, know that every social media site has the ability to report and block the culprits. Phone service providers will take reports of unwanted text messages. Don't respond to the cyberbullies, but don't delete their messages either, as these will be useful to the service providers and the police as evidence. Be sure to talk to a trusted person or get any help or support you may need from those able to assist you. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP plays an integral part in combating cyberbullying in our territory. I am proud of the efforts that the RCMP and its members have made in building relationships and trust in the communities they serve. In addition to investigating reports of cyberbullying to determine if charges should be laid, RCMP members are also available to visit schools to speak to the youth about cyberbullying. Mr. Speaker, cyberbullying is continually changing as new technology and social networking sites emerge. All residents need to stay alert to the presence of cyberbullying. If you know someone who is a victim of cyberbullying, talk to them and let them know that they can trust you and that they shouldn't deal with the bullying alone. Help them to report cyberbullying to their telephone service provider or social media site, to school administrators, or to the RCMP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister statement. Minister Ika Goodani, the Minister, Education, Culture, Employment.
Mr. Speaker, many factors impact a child's life, both negatively and positively. As a parent, I understand some of the struggles parents face, and as a social worker, I adhere to the principle that all of us, parents, family, friends, community members, and governments, have a role to play in ensuring children have the supports to succeed in life. Upon assuming the position as Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment, one of my first priorities was to ensure we were doing our part to meet the developmental needs of children and having measurable outcomes to assess if our programs and services are effective. The 2015 to 2017 Early Development Instrument results and a national 2017 Early Childhood Education report confirmed that my concerns had merit. And although we are working in the right direction, we still have much to do. The Early Development Instrument, or EDI, is a nationally utilized tool administered prior to grade 1 that provides a snapshot of 5-year-old children's developmental vulnerability rates. The most recent data available shows that vulnerability rates of Canadian children are increasing. This is reflected in the results for the Northwest Territories, where vulnerability rates have increased from 38% to 42%, as compared to the 2012-2014 results. Unfortunately, the EDI results alone do not identify specific causes for vulnerability that we can easily address. They reflect the accumulation of early childhood experiences within the family, community, and wider society. Education, Culture and Employment, and Health and Social Services will continue to work together on initiatives in the Right from the Start framework and action plan to address areas of vulnerability in the Northwest Territories. This action plan will be renewed during the 2019-20 fiscal year, and the EDI data will be used to inform the new action plan and any initiatives included in that plan as we move forward. As part of this work, we will renew our joint monitoring, evaluation, and accountability plan to ensure that we are looking at the impacts of initiatives over the longer term and adjusting as necessary. As well, we'll work in partnership with the federal government through the Early Learning and Childcare Agreement, and we will work closely with education bodies and licensed childcare operators to support healthy early childhood development. Only by all of us working together can we provide a comprehensive set of programs and services to better support families and young children. Mr. Speaker, the effects of junior kindergarten across the Northwest Territories continues to be monitored and has been one of our early successes. Although junior kindergarten is optional, 552 children are now enrolled in this early childhood programming. Not only is this helping to address the cost of living for families with small children, it is also ensuring more children have access to play-based early childhood programming. Preliminary analysis of the Early Development Instrument shows that children who attended junior kindergarten during the implementation in small communities were showing less vulnerabilities than children who did not. During this 18th Legislative Assembly, we have developed curriculum for our junior kindergarten programming and resources to support schools. In the coming year, we'll also be introducing an early learning framework and through federal funding, providing resources including music, books, and other play-based materials that reflect Indigenous beliefs and culture for licensed child-based programs. A strong relationship with a child's own culture boosts a child's self-esteem, mental health, and general wellness. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that access to license-based childcare supports healthy child development, as does junior kindergarten, and reaches even younger children. However, we still have 11 communities without any licensed childcare programs. This continues to be a priority. During the coming year, we'll be completing the mandate to develop a comprehensive plan to make childcare more accessible, affordable, and inclusive. As well, where communities identify a need and interest in operating licensed early childhood programs, ECE will work with the community to support their establishment. We'll also be placing a stronger emphasis on reaching out to communities lacking licensed childcare programs to increase awareness of the startup and ongoing funding available, as well as other supports we offer. Mr. Speaker, to assist in the cost of living and encourage more licensed operators, we also have made increases to the licensed childcare operating subsidy rates beginning in October 2016, which were further enhanced in 2017-18 through federal funding. These increases, as well as the grants for health and safety, startup funding, provider enhancement funding, and the early childhood staff grant program, will hopefully assist in making the opportunity more attractive to potential operators and early childhood educators. Accessing qualified early childhood educators and ongoing training was a concern that we have also been able to address through the Canada N.W.T Early Learning and Childcare Bilateral Agreement and its 3-year action plan. With this federal funding, Aurora College has expanded its certificate program and now offering a full-time 2-year diploma in early learning and childcare. As well, we have increased the scholarships available for students in early childhood programs from 10 to 30 scholarships. Over the coming year, we'll also be developing an ongoing training plan for flexible and sustainable training for staff of licensed childcare centres and family day home programs. The Atkinson Centre for Society and Child Development at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education released its 2017 Early Childhood Education Report. This report assesses early childhood education programming in Canada by province and territory. From 2014 to 2017, the Northwest Territories ratings increased from 6.5 to 8 out of 15, which places the Northwest Territories exactly in the middle of all the provinces and territories. This ranking shows that as a government, we have made early childhood development a priority and are investing in our youngest residents, a commitment that we must continue. Mr. Speaker, we recognize it takes a community to raise a child, and we're doing our part to assist in this. We've made some great progress to date, and although we have a lot of work ahead during the rest of the 18th Legislative Assembly, we know how critical our work is, and we welcome the challenge, knowing our efforts will assist our most vulnerable and valuable resource, our children. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister's statements. Colleagues, I'd like to draw your attention to visitors in the gallery. We have with us students from grade 9 social studies class from École Sir John Franklin High School. Welcome to our assembly. Merci. Minister's statement. Minister Ike Goodman, the Minister of Health and Social Service.
Mr. Speaker, this Legislative Assembly is committed to support early childhood development, and today I want to provide members and the public with an update on our work to provide equitable access to a range of inclusive, culturally informed programs and services for children under 5 years of age, as well as expecting parents. In June 2017, our government tabled a renewed 3-year early childhood development action plan designed to help us take action on several sensitive items of a children's development. For the past 2 years, we have worked with parents, elders, healthcare practitioners, community partners, and research organizations to improve services to young children and their parents and caregivers in order to provide developmental outcomes, to improve developmental outcomes. Mr. Speaker, to support the best health and social outcomes for children under 5, the Department of Health and Social Services has been doing work in a number of areas, including maternal child health. The Department has been advancing work to establish a territory-wide program to enhance access to midwifery services, including safe options for birthing as close to home as possible. The N.W.T. midwifery practice framework has been updated, and we are acting on recommendations of the N.W.T. midwifery stakeholder engagement report. Prenatal care and education is available to expectant mothers through several programs, including the midwifery program and the Northern Women's program, and during one-on-one appointments with community health nurses. As part of the Early Childhood Development Action Plan, the Department is taking steps to improve the delivery of prenatal education by developing a standardized prenatal program. Related to this work, officials met with Indigenous community partners at Fort Smith to pilot the first Indigenous doula training course in the Northwest Territories. This training can strengthen the capacity of the community to support pregnant mothers and their partners. An evaluation of the pilot course will inform our next steps. Since 2016, expectant mothers who travel to one of the N.W.T. birthing centres receive the essential items that new parents need for the well-being and safety of their newborn, as well as information about the programs and services they can access in their communities when they return. The Baby Friendly Initiative is our government's approach to maternity and community service that focuses on providing quality care and enabling supportive environments in the Northwest Territories. In order to better understand infant feeding practice in the Northwest Territories, the Department commissioned the Aurora Research Institute and an advisory circle of knowledge keepers. This partnership resulted in a report that includes many stories discussing traditional knowledge practices and has generated a new knowledge that will contribute to the advancement of baby-friendly initiative. In December 2018, the Inuvik Regional Hospital received official designation as a baby-friendly facility, becoming the first hospital in the Arctic and the most northern hospital in Canada to receive this designation. 4 other health care facilities in the Northwest Territories are currently working towards their baby-friendly designation. We also funded Mums, Boobs and Babies to develop a volunteer peer support breastfeeding program to help build local breastfeeding support and capacity in all regions. In addition, we are working with the Hote Seda to renew the Healthy Family Program. Hote Seda is a research support center for community members, organizations, and researchers involved in the Northwest Territories health and health research. To support the renewal, the project team is visiting 9 communities in 5 regions to research and design an innovative model that reflects the unique needs and features of communities. The team is learning about specific needs and cultural practices related to parenting, which are unique to Indigenous and non-Indigenous residents, newcomers, families in smaller communities, and parents without family support. They want to hear the views and perspectives of communities where the Healthy Family Program is not offered. Hote Seda will make recommendations this spring to pilot a new program design. Mr. Speaker, the Department has made significant progress to identify resources available to children and families to enhance healthy growth and development. When developmental delays occur in a child, it is important for these concerns to be identified early so that interventions can begin as soon as possible and before school entry. All parents and caregivers can schedule well-child-baby visits for children between the ages of 0-5 with community health nurses and public health nurses to ensure early detection and referral to appropriate services such as rehabilitation services. Mr. Speaker, since the inception of the Early Childhood Action Plan, our government has made strategic investments to better meet the needs of children with specialized needs. We are improving access and follow-up to rehabilitation services for children ages 0-5 in small communities and enhancing diagnosis and case management services for children with autism as well as fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Children and parents who need specialized services will support by Stenton Hospital Child Development Team with satellite team in the Beaufort Delta. We are currently on our 2nd year of a 3-year action plan and we are making significant progress. We will continue to implement the Right from the Start framework and action plan and use the data from the Early Development Instrument to help update the action plan when it is renewed in 2020. We'll also renew our monitoring, evaluation, and accountability plan to ensure that we are looking at the impacts of our actions on the longer term. Mr. Speaker, we recognize it takes a community to raise a child, and we're doing our part to assist in this. We have made some great progress to date, and although we have a lot of work ahead during the rest of the 18th Assembly, we know how critical our work is, and we welcome the challenge, knowing that our efforts will assist our most vulnerable resource, our children. Mr. Speaker, supporting early child development is critical work for our government, and we are committed to working with our families and communities to ensure that they have the tools and resources to support the best outcomes of their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Minister statement. Minister Ikagodan, the Minister, Municipal Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, community governments are an important partner for the government of the Northwest Territories, and we continue to be one of the only jurisdictions in Canada that provides ongoing funding to this level of government. While we recognize that community governments have many financial needs that exceed current funding levels, we remain committed to supporting them and have made considerable gains in closing the community government funding gap during the 18th Legislative Assembly. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I do seek unanimous consent to conclude my minister's statement, even though I just started.
Members seeking unanimous consent to conclude the minister's statements. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may continue, Minister Education, Minister of Municipal Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Addressing the financial needs of community governments is a long-term project that has to include clearly understanding what exactly those needs are and how effective our policies are in meeting them. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories did a comprehensive review of its community government funding policies in 2014. The review was initiated in part because existing funding policies were difficult to understand and defend in terms of the amount of funding any one community received. In addition, there was no direct linkage between the operations and maintenance funding policy and the infrastructure funding policy. The department felt there were significant gaps in understanding this relationship and the cost drivers related to infrastructure. The 2014 review allowed a broad spectrum of community government officials to voice their concerns and help shape policy decisions. It started us on a path towards more accurate and detailed information for both the department and community governments, and a clear and defendable approach to calculating community government funding needs. The review also identified a large difference between current funding levels and full needs-based funding. This Legislative Assembly has made a commitment to close that funding gap, Mr. Speaker, and we have been making progress on that commitment. Mr. Speaker, at the start of the Legislative Assembly, the Minister of Finance said the Government of the Northwest Territories would increase community government funding at its own revenues as its own revenues increase. Our government continues to keep that promise. In spite of our challenging fiscal environment that required our government to examine its spending closely, we have managed to not only protect government from funding reductions, we have managed to not only protect community governments from funding reductions, but have actually increased base funding to them. Over 4 years, we have succeeded in obtaining a total of $8.3 million in increased funding, closing the gap by almost 50% in both the community government's operations and maintenance funding and environmental services, also known as the water and sewer services funding. Over the same period, the increase in revenues for the whole government of the Northwest Territories, when we exclude specific project funding from the federal government, was just $49 million. That increase had to pay for all the forced growth demands and initiatives of the government, including addressing the municipal government funding gap. Mr. Speaker, as well as allocating new funding to community governments as it's become available to us, in accordance with the results of the municipal funding policy review, we also continue to update the existing community government funding policies to meet the needs of community governments and ensure the funding is distributed with a fair, clear, and understandable policy base. This work will provide an update to the calculations used in each of the funding models and support specific actions that the department will take in partnership with the community governments to make sure that we continue to have current data that can be used over time to defend future funding requests through our forced growth and budgetary cycles. A key source of the data used in the funding model calculations is the infrastructure evaluation provided through a third-party resource, the Northern Communities Insurance Program. And as members of this House may recall, the base of our funding models is the infrastructure information, and that is why the valuation from the insurance data is so important to this analysis. A new annual insurance cycle starts with renewal on April 1st, 2019, and will provide us with the most current and critical information on the current common infrastructure in each community, its valuation and condition. Over the 4 years since the initial research was completed, I would also like to acknowledge that we have continued to work with the insurance program and invested in asset management with communities. These efforts have resulted in better quality data on infrastructure than we have ever had before. We will ensure that this data is available to provide more regular updates to the formula calculations, as well as for supporting requests on future federal funding programs. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the direction that the department has taken since the completion of the municipal funding policy review in 2014. We have made solid progress in closing the municipal operations and maintenance funding gap by almost 50% over the last 4 years. We have also worked hard to improve funding policies so that they are clearer and better account for community needs. We intend to continue this work and will prepare a plan that will allow the government of the Northwest Territories to increase community government funding as our own revenues increase based on good data and improved policies for the next Legislative Assembly's consideration. We are well positioned to advocate for community governments to receive their fair share of any new funding that becomes available. I look forward to discussions with stakeholders and members of this House on community needs as priority during the remainder of our term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife Centre, that Minister Statement 158-18(3) be moved into Committee of the Whole for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question's been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Minister statement delivered earlier today, 158-18(3), is now referred to Committee of the Whole for earlier today. Member statement. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's show our support today wearing pink shirts, taking a stand against bullying. A short story this day was started in 2007 by 2 students who organized a high school protest in support of a fellow student who was bullied for wearing a pink shirt. Mr. Speaker, we tend to forget that sometimes it's the smallest acts that make a big difference. Even if we speak up, if we listen to, or stepping up, let's make this day aware in our schools, in our homes, in our communities, and in this country. Children have the right to be protected from physical and mental harm, and the right to live free and from any form of discrimination. Mr. Speaker, Pink Shirt Day has exploded with support. However, we still need to educate against bullying and make it known that it's unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statement. Member Ika Godan and the member Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, the regulatory delay for approval of the water license application for the Terrax Minerals project near Yellowknife has reminded me of how important it is to push ahead in the long process of improving our regulatory system. When I say long process, I do mean long. Regulatory reform has been going on for at least a decade, and the need for improvement has been there a lot longer. Mr. Speaker, the Premier was fond of saying devolve and evolve. This has been his mantra for a Made in the North regime to manage land and resources in the Northwest Territories. He has laid the foundation for this to happen, but we still have a way to go before we have true Northern control. It is a big job in itself to keep pressuring the federal government to live up to its promises. With respect to devolution, this means the promises to begin a review of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and negotiate management of oil and gas resources in the Beaufort Sea. The latter negotiations were to have begun in 2014, but all we have seen is Canada's moratorium on offshore oil and gas development. Right now, I am much more concerned about the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, or MVRMA, as most people call it. The Northwest Territories needs more control over its own destiny and more control over our economy and environment. The window of opportunity to do just that is about to open soon, Mr. Speaker. The exact day is the Suli Haye anniversary of devolution on April 1st, 2019. Sulai Haye translates as 5 years in South Slavey. Mr. Speaker, under the devolution agreement, negotiations for the review of the MVRMA, I quote, shall commence as soon as is practical after that day. This is a tremendous opportunity for our territory. Through the Intergovernmental Council, we have already broken new ground. The collaboration of Indigenous governments and the N.W.T to shape a joint land and resource management system is a unique achievement, but it is only the beginning. We can develop a better land and resource management system that reflects our needs and aspirations. We can bring what we are all learning together to bear when we review the MVRMA with the federal government. Mr. Speaker, I hope our government is prepared to begin the job come April 1st. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Member statement. Member Ike Godaninde. Member Tunade Wolade.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to talk about bullying. Mr. Speaker, I realize that bullying is not only in the schools, but that's where I will concentrate my efforts today. Mr. Speaker, today we all wear pink as politicians to bring attention to the matter of bullying. Mr. Speaker, I think that we really do our share when we teach our children not to be bullies. Mr. Speaker, we do our share when, as adults, we speak to our children about the harms of bullying. We do our share when we speak to our children, period, about bullying. We do our share when we have empathy for others when they tell us that our children are bullying their children. Mr. Speaker, we as parents must help people that know about the bullying in the schools, and we must help stop the bullying. Mr. Speaker, we have situations where children do not attend school because some child or some children are bullying them, and no matter what they say or do, it does not stop the bullying. Mr. Speaker, we have many situations where children have ruined lives of other children by denying them an education because they're afraid to go to school. Mr. Speaker, I reach out to the parents of bullies today to say, please help stop your child from being a bully. If someone tells you your child is a bully, talk to your child. Find out what is making them want to hurt other children in school. Mr. Speaker, the best place to stop bullying is at home. Let's make it so that our children, no matter what size or nature they are, can go to school and feel free and safe to get a good education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Member statement. Member Ike Godaninde. Member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on an issue that has left me and many Northerners with a bitter taste in our mouths: the sugar-sweetened drink tax. This government has stated that it wishes to address health outcomes in the Territory and proposes to achieve this goal by the creation of a new tax. Let me be clear. The creation of a new arbitrary and regressive tax is not the course we should be taking right now. This tax arbitrarily targets pop only from fountain drinks and prepackaged cans and bottles. It exempts pop mixed with alcohol, the sugar in your coffee or tea, flavored milk, flavored yogurt drinks, and fruit juice. Now, I hope I do not need to remind the honourable members of this House of just how difficult it is for Northerners with low incomes to get by in the Territory, nor how local small businesses have already been feeling the crunch of our declining economy. Adding to the cost of living for residents and adding to the administrative costs for business is not the way we should be combating diabetes, obesity, or trying to improve oral health outcomes. Even by the N.W.T's own estimates, the new tax will just barely generate more revenue than it will cost to administer, let alone reduce consumption. This is a misguided approach that uses a tax to achieve health outcomes. This ought to be a Department of Health issue, not a Department of Finance issue. Forcing people to pay more for calories they consume in the hope that they will change their consumption habits is patently absurd. We must continue to combat obesity, diabetes, and poor oral health through education, access to sports, and availability of alternatives, not through further taxation. And yet, this government continues its wrong-headed approach in increasing the cost of power, raising fees, upping service rates, and pushing new taxes. Enough is enough, and I urge members of this House not to support this new sugar tax. Any support for this tax will only serve to add more pressure on those already living on overstretched home budgets. Mr. Speaker, taxpayers can only be squeezed so hard before they break. Thank you.
Massey. Member statement. Member Ike Godan, the member Decho.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about FASD. FASD, or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, is what they call an umbrella term. It covers various possible diagnoses, each with potential physical and cognitive issues for someone who was exposed to alcohol in the womb. In Canada, FASD is the leading known cause of preventable developmental disability. It's a lifelong disability and affects an estimated 1 in every 100 Canadians. That's about 330,000 people. Through prevention activities, we can build a future without FASD. But because FASD cannot be reversed or cured, prevention activities alone are not enough. Governments and communities must plan for lifelong supports for people with FASD. For example, without a formal diagnosis, which can be very difficult to obtain, adults who may suspect that they have FASD can't access much needed program and services. Mr. Speaker, once I started to look into FASD research, I was shocked by the scope of the challenges we face, not only in the N.W.T, but across the country. For example, CBC reports that up to 25% of inmates in federal corrections could have FASD, but only 7 assessments were funded by Correctional Services Canada in 2017. Sadly, it seems that a lack of adequate supports is a common problem. And when it comes to the criminal justice system, obstacles for people with FASD are built into the courts themselves. Medical experts agree it's common for those with FASD to struggle to understand court proceedings, to connect actions and consequences, and to change their behavior. As it is, the system just doesn't work for them. Manitoba is taking action to restore fairness. At the end of this month, it will open a specialized court, much like our wellness and DBTO courts, for people with FASD. Judges will be trained to understand FASD, and support workers will be present to help defendants access community programs, including diagnostic services. The courtroom itself will also be smaller and quieter. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Merci.
Merci. Member statements. I cannot die at such a sewer. The neck carry on the Ami can you will. When take anyone, member Decho, such a no again, that member statements. Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I admire this work greatly. Here in the N.W.T, our healthcare and education systems are taking some important steps to improve resources for people with FASD. But unfortunately, these make the gaps in our justice system stand out even more. I'm hopeful that one day soon our people can have access to supports like those offered in Manitoba. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Member statement. Member Ika Godan and the member Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been approached by many parents and leadership that we need our own speech and language pathologists and occupational therapists in the date show. It is my understanding there are over 70 speech and language pathologist caseloads and over 50 occupational therapy caseloads that need to be seen from the Henday alone. The frustrating thing, and this has to be done in 13 service days. If there is one day of bad weather, the assessments get cancelled for months. This tells me that the services are lacking for the Henday and Day Cho and our youth. It explains why some of our EDI scores are so bad. A majority of the clinics are held in the major centres in Fort Province, Fort Simpson, and Hay River. This means that smaller communities such as Jean Marie, Nahanni Butte, Sumbakay, Wrigley, and Kikiso would have to travel to these centres to get their children assessed. This means that the children would be assessed in a foreign environment instead of the location they're familiar with. It is my understanding that families who have children with complex needs find it difficult to travel outside of their home community due to the challenges that exist for their children. And as well, it is my understanding that speech and language pathologists and occupational therapist services do not travel to smaller communities with the exception of once in Jean Marie. With the 5 small communities in Detroit proper, we are seeing youth not identified until they start going to school. In my research, I found that early intervention is the key to many speech and language pathologists and occupational therapist issues. If speech and language pathologists and occupational therapists could travel to communities and provide workshops for the communities in collaboration with early child staff, many issues would be identified and possibly improved prior to entering school. Decrease in vulnerability is noted on the EDI scores for the date show. How is this done? I believe having speech and language pathologists and occupational therapist staff in place. If we have a speech and language pathologist and occupational therapist hired in Fort Simpson as part of the Date Show Health and Social Services team, patients currently seen by Staten and the Hay River staff would be developed into the Date Show caseload, further reducing the caseload and helping these communities. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statement. Member Ika Godan and the member Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government is ready to place a check mark against another commitment fulfilled in the mandate of the 18th Assembly. The money is in place to build the road to N.W.T, and construction is expected to begin this fall. But let's take a moment to reflect on the cost of this project. Mr. Speaker, 2.5 years ago, I spoke in this House about the economic evaluation of the all-season road. The information came from a study by Nichols Applied Management of Edmonton, and it was completed in March 2015. To summarize the benefits, there will be a glut of construction jobs that will last at most 3 winters. The project will provide much-needed but short-lived jobs. A number of people who will be employed afterwards for operations and maintenance. Better returns on the road are available if and when Fortune Minerals builds its 50-kilometre spur road from its NICO project to N.W.T. There's no telling when that will happen. Fortune Minerals has the necessary permits, but the company has been unable to finance the $600 million project. And with its stock trading at 12 cents a share, development looks like a dot on the distant horizon. Those are the benefits. Let's now turn to the costs. The 2015 report I just spoke about put the cost of the road at $152 million. 2 years ago, my colleague from Yellowknife North asked the infrastructure minister for the all-in cost. His reply was $175 million. But that estimate is also short of the mark. 10 days ago, the minister announced the contract had been signed to build the road. The N.W.T will spend $214 million for pre-development and construction costs over the next 3 years, and a further $198 million over 25 years to repay the principal and interest on the debt, along with operations and maintenance of the road. The total all-in cost is $411 million, shared by the N.W.T at 75% and Canada for the rest. Mr. Speaker, let's focus on the opportunity cost. What else could $411 million buy? If we spent it on infrastructure, it could have bought a segment of road to more marketable projects in the Great Slave Geological Province. It could have increased the life of the diamond mines by reducing the operating costs of a winter road. Or it could have been spent on people. It could have wiped out our housing problems. It could have...
Member Yellowknife Center, your time for member statement is expired.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your consent to conclude my statement.
Member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Massey colleagues, Massey Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it could have met the needs of seniors who want to remain in their communities while they age. I don't think we have done enough to debate the opportunity cost of this and other infrastructure projects in this House. I recognize it's too late for this debate to take place about the road to YELLOWKNIFE, but it's not too late for other large infrastructure projects the government is shopping around. It's time for the people to have their turn. I will have questions for the Minister of Finance. Massey.
Massey. Member statement, Member Ika Gooddan, and then Member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's well known that there's a shortage of skilled labor in the Northwest Territories and that it's getting worse. The number of apprentice program registrations and completions is down, and the number of licensed journeymen who are retiring is on the rise. This shortage has negative effects across the board. Seniors can't get renovations done on their homes to help them age in place because there aren't enough qualified people to do the work. The growth of small and medium-sized businesses is being stifled because they don't have the capacity to take on new work. Our government can't deliver on half the infrastructure projects it promises to complete. An untold number of available jobs are going to fly in and fly out workers. And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. But I'm sure I don't have to convince anyone that this is a serious problem. As such, it requires the full attention of the Assembly and must be addressed by the whole of government. It's been said in this House on many occasions that the best social program is a good job. I disagree, Mr. Speaker. The best social program is a good education because it's the last social program you'll ever need. If you're a journeyman electrician, you're probably not going to be living in social housing or collecting income assistance. Investments in training boost the economy, increase government revenues, and lower future expenditures. I'll give credit where credit is due. In the past few years, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment has worked hard to promote the trades, develop strategies, revamp programs, and made investments to help individuals, small businesses, and organizations offset costs of training. However, Mr. Speaker, it appears that we're missing the full support of the three N.W.T departments responsible for capital projects: the Department of Infrastructure, the Department of Finance, and the N.W.T Housing Corporation. While programs to help private businesses provide training are great, they're not enough. Small businesses often don't have the capacity to provide training, and increasingly, they often don't have enough work to take on trainees or apprentices. And that's why the government has to step up its game. Every time the government plans to build a new facility, procure a new manufactured product, or enter into a new P3 partnership, the relevant departments need to figure out how to best utilize the project as an opportunity to provide training. Mr. Speaker, an honest effort will require a change to the way business is done, a change to how RFPs are designed and evaluated, and it will require the government to look beyond the bottom line and realize that an investment in training is one we can't afford not to make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statement. Member Ika Gooddan, and then Member N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living in N.W.T is the highest in Northwest Territories. On February 18th, the price of diesel fuel in Baltic went up almost 17%, hitting $1.94 per litre. The cost of regular gasoline is up to $1.98 a litre. Prices went up in Sax Harbor and YELLOWKNIFE as well. Mr. Speaker, the rising cost has been hard on hunters living in these communities. People need fuel to hunt, feed their families, and continue to pass on their cultural survival skills to future generations. Families simply cannot afford the price increases of fuel supplies and equipment. When families cannot hunt, they have to purchase all food from the store. The prices are simply shocking compared to the prices here in Yellowknife. I will not mention the quality of variety, but just to buy basic essentials is impossible for families. Even with Nutrition North, people are struggling. Innival prefer to have traditional food harvested from their own time spent out on the land. The average personal income in the N.W.T communities isn't much more than $35,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. relying on numbers from our Bureau of Statistics. That is not even close to the average in the Northwest Territories, which is over $60,000 a year. It is very difficult, if not impossible, for many of my constituents to afford fuel at these prices. The Minister of Infrastructure will let me know that the prices of fuel in Arctic communities are subsidized. That is all well and good, and if the subsidy can reflect and positively affect the cost of living in that community. Mr. Speaker, on average this year, a tank of gasoline, gas for a snowmobile is around $50. When we raise the fuel price, all we are doing is creating hardship for residents in our communities. The mandate of this government calls for action to reduce the cost of living, not to increase it. The mandate also calls upon the government to promote consumption of traditional foods such as fish and wildlife, improve nutrition, and improve the wellness and the way of life of Indigenous peoples in the territory. Investment in traditional harvesting is another priority we set in our mandate, so is reducing poverty. Raising the fuel price in Inuktitut communities does the exact opposite in all those areas, Mr. Speaker. The high cost of fuel prevents the majority of people's to access food, cultural values, and wellness. However, there comes a point when any increase is too much. What we need to do is a commitment to fill this mandate item and a continued promise to serve our Arctic communities better by easing the high cost of living. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Member statement. Member Ike Gooden and the member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I've been asking for some time now about the transition plan for the opening of the new Stanton Hospital, the old Stanton Hospital renovations, and what happens with the services operating during those renovations. I checked the Stanton Renewal website, and there's a lot of helpful information there, but no real timelines for the transition of services or renovations. As I understand it, May 26th is the day where patients will be transferred from the old Stanton to the new Stanton Hospital. I'm sure this must involve a monumental amount of planning and coordination. It's great that according to the Stanton Renewal website, the old Stanton is going to be renovated to allow for extended care, transcription services, primary clinics, food and laundry services for extended care and long-term care, outpatient rehab programs, which includes occupational therapy, physiotherapy, speech-language pathology, and audiology, and long-term care. But where's the schedule? All I'm asking for is clear communication showing when and where services will be located during that transition. It could easily be done as a dated Gantt chart, of course, subject to change. I haven't seen anything like that, even though Stanton is in my riding. I think that's the least we should be doing for our residents who rely on Stanton, and even for the staff that work there. As we move closer to transition day, we need to ramp up our public information efforts so answers are there for people, and that they will know where the services are available and when. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services later today. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in a gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. If we miss anyone in the gallery, thanks for being here with us. It's always great to have an audience as part of our proceedings. Merci. Acknowledgments. Acknowledgments. Oral questions. Member for Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier today I spoke about speech and language pathologists and occupational therapist positions in the riding and the need for it. So can the Minister please tell us how many service days does the Department provide for the community of Fort Simpson and Fort Laird in respect to speech and language pathologists and occupational therapist caseloads? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are 19 days allocated for speech-language pathology or speech-language pathology and OT for the date show, and that's broken out for 10 for Simpson, 6 for Providence, and Fort Laird, and that's site visits, daytime face-to-face meetings. This does not include weekly telehealth sessions with clients or intensive rehab sessions held at Stanton where a client has to come in. These are also separate, just so we're all clear, these are separate from numbers available for adults. These are for peds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, la Kira Kasi member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's good information to hear. Can the minister please tell us how many rehabilitation, speech and language pathologists and occupational therapists caseloads and people are on the waiting list for the 2018-2019 fiscal year? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a wait list for the 0 to 18-year-olds for 2018-19. There's 23 for OT and 5 for speech language therapy. Of those, 9 are for 9 OT are for children under 5, and 5 are for children. 5 for speech language therapy for children under 5 for children under 5.
Merci. Oral question. Tato Council Member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I missed how many cases are out there, not the waiting list, but I'll go on to my next question. It is my understanding the department is not looking at placing a speech and language pathologist and an occupational therapist position in the date show. Can the minister explain how we are going to improve services in this area? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. I forgot to give the number for the caseload for rehabilitation services. For OT, it's 57 in the date show, and for speech, it's 85 in the date show. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the follow-up question, we're working hard to support the demand for rehab services across the Northwest Territories. We are focusing on improving services delivered by the existing rehabilitation teams that exist. Additional resources have been allocated to the Beaufort Delta in 2018-19, and we're proposing some additional investment into the Stanton team for 1920. There have been significant new investments put in place, Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years. We've increased the budget for rehab services by $2.02 million, and we've increased it by 13 positions. This is an increase in 33% in the budget in this area, taking us from $6.2 million to $8.6 million, and an increase of 21% in positions. Mr. Speaker, currently, before the rollout in the Beaufort Delta, the travel teams all worked out of the Yellowknife office, or the Yellowknife Stanton, and those travel days that were previously allocated to the Beaufort Delta will now be reallocated to the South Slave, which includes Fort Smith, Hay River, and the entire Decho region. With those reallocations and the creations of the positions at Stanton, we're actually anticipating an increase in the number of travel days, but also actual appointment time, which can be done by telehealth, to the Decho, which will greatly increase the services in the Decho. To that end, we're also looking at having the travel teams travel beyond just the locations they've been traveling, which is Fort Providence, Fort Liard, and Simpson, and actually including some of the smaller communities where the caseload demands it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question. No data Council Member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the minister for answering all those 3 questions with good information. I appreciate that. My last question, does Stanton have therapists that can provide specialized services for children with complex needs, and how does the region access these resources? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do have speech and speech language pathologists, and we do have OT for PEDS. We also have the FASD and the ASD coordinator positions. All these positions can be accessed through referrals through their health providers in the communities, and obviously we're out there trying to get the referrals done so that we can get these kids the supports and services they need. But regardless of where you are in the Northwest Territories, it still takes a referral to access any of our rehab services, regardless of where you live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, County, the member in N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier I spoke about the cost of living in N.W.T, and my questions are for the Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, my question is, how does the Minister justify the recent increase of fuel prices in N.W.T, given the mandate priorities for reducing the cost of living, reducing poverty, investing in traditional harvesting and consumption of traditional foods? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The simple answer is the cost of the product went up, therefore triggering a rate increase. The cost of fuel is driven by factors outside of the control of the Government of Northwest Territories. The Government of Northwest Territories does not make the market nor set the cost of fuel. Fuel prices reflect the cost of supply and delivery of petroleum products. The fuel prices are adjusted periodically to reflect the recovery of full fuel costs, including the product costs, transportation costs, sale commission, operations, maintenance expense, and operation losses and taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Akita Kasi, member Nanakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the response. Mr. Speaker, the cost of delivery is high in our region with the current structure that we have. I'm sure there are other competitors that can deliver fuel at a lower rate. However, we rely on the system that we have right now. And Mr. Speaker, based on the average annual consumption, how much would have cost the government to leave the prices of fuel in Untitled, Sax Harbor, and Paulatuk where they were before the latest price increase? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the total cost of the government to leave the fuel prices unchanged in all three communities in the members' riding would have cost us $607,000. To do this, though, to inform this House, that would be outside the FMB policy. The Financial Management Board sets the direction and policy, and fuel prices are adjusted accordingly. And to exempt certain communities and increases would not be consistent or equitable on how all other communities are treated, would not be affordable to Petroleum Resource Revolving Fund or the Government of Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Tadada Kasi, member Nanakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that sometimes the cost of delivering goods is out of our control, and we must comply. And just bringing back, the cost of living is high in the northern part of the territory. And I appreciate the minister's responses. I know they're always looking out for the best interests of our residents. Mr. Speaker, my final one is, will the minister commit to working with his colleagues and myself to revising the process for setting fuel prices in remote communities to ensure that they reduce the cost of living and do not result in hardship for people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the Petroleum Products Revolving Fund Act requires the Department of Infrastructure to recover all operating costs from the sale of our fuel. The proposed changes would be contrary to the Petroleum Resource Program, which is self-funded and would have to be debated and voted on in the Legislative Assembly if we were to do something like that, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Ikada County, the member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Premier. Earlier today in my statement, I talked about the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the need to bring it home to the north. And so in 2014, we devolved the land, water, and resources to the Northwest Territories, but we didn't devolve the regulatory controls. And so I'd like to ask the Premier, what are the biggest potential benefits of a review of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act from our government's point of view? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Essentially, the elements of the MVRMA within the devolution agreement are being reviewed. The potential benefits are all related to increased local decision-making. For example, items listed in 3.17 of the devolution agreement, including approval of issuance of Type A water licenses, which a member referred to in his minister's statements, designation of inspectors, and board appointment decisions. For example, we have Aboriginal governments such as the Tlicho can appoint their own members, and our government cannot. So this is an oversight that we intend to address as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Akita Council Member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for that reply. I'd also like to ask the Premier, what sort of research, or let's call it preparation, has our government done to get ready for the review of the federal MVRMA? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Northwest Territories has been working within this regulatory system since the 1990s with both the federal government and Aboriginal governments. And that was when the MVRMA first came into effect, and we have continued to work within the system post-devolution. The federal review will ideally lead to further delegation of province-like authorities, and our system is ready to take on those authorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Tadade, Cassie, member Yonge North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's welcome commentary from the Premier. I'd also like to ask, Mr. Speaker, what communication, in fact, has there been between our government and Canada with regards to the subject of reviewing the MVRMA? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I and the government have regularly communicated to federal leaders the importance of fulfilling these commitments set out in the devolution agreement. As a matter of fact, we have, with the change in government 4 years ago, we made the suggestion that we should get rid of the 5-year requirement and start the review right away. But there was some unfinished business with regards to some of the changes that were being proposed, and so we've waited till those were addressed satisfactorily. The devolution agreement commits to the development of the terms of reference of the review after April 1, 2019, and I'm pleased to advise the member that the Minister responsible for Northern Affairs has readily agreed to commence this review even earlier than what was provided for in the devolution agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nundida, Cassie, member Yonge North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it seems as though there's more good news, and we're slowly making our way to full devolution, including having regulatory control here in the north. Mr. Speaker, what communication has there been between our government and Indigenous governments and industry in the N.W.T. about potential review of the MVRMA? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in regular communications with Indigenous governments through the Intergovernmental Council, and obviously they play an integral part in any of these decisions. And I think that the concerns that they had addressed when they went to court 4 years ago, I think that those are being addressed, so I think we'll be in a good position to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Canada, the member Yonge Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Finance. 2 years ago, his colleague, the Minister of Infrastructure, told the member for Yellowknife North that the all-in cost of the road to YELLOWKNIFE was estimated at $175 million. The cost of building the road announced this month is 20% higher than that figure. Why are construction costs so much higher now than 2 years ago? Merci.
Merci. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the direct construction cost, I think a member made it in her statement before, were $185 million. The total capital cost of $214 million. That include the accrued interest, pre-development costs, and also N.W.T costs for geotechnical studies, the EA process, project management, and provide funding for the measures resulting from the EA process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Canada, Cassie, member Yonge Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Minister's response, but I didn't hear an answer. In 2 years, the two figures have differed by 20%. Can he tell us why that is? Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Finance.
Do we have Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the initial $175 million or $175 million from the cost 2 years ago. Since then, obviously, the price, the reconstruction cost went up to $185 million. So that's a $10 million difference. Maybe the prices of material things have changed. I'm not sure exactly what that $10 million is made up of, but I can get that information and provide it to the. Provide that information to the member. Thank you, Speaker.
Oral question, Tadade, Cassie, member Yonge Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that commitment from the Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't recall any discussion of the potential costs of operations and maintenance prior to the announcement earlier this month, and I note that the Minister of Infrastructure didn't repeat the all-in cost of $411 million in his statement last week. My question is, what efforts did the government make to inform the public of the actual all-in cost of this road, given that it was more than double any estimate that had been voiced publicly? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the direct I got to slow down. The direct construction costs are $185 million, as was noted previously. The total capital cost was $214 million, as was noted previously, as well as some of the reasons the costs were that high. The $400 million, that through the P3 partnership, that would represent the total value of the 28-year contract with North Star Infrastructure, who are the proponents of the YELLOWKNIFE Road, of which 25 years of operation and maintenance payments are included. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, no data, Council Member Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear an answer in that, but I'm going to push on. The Minister has said that this P3 project will save over 15% compared to a traditional model. Can the Minister provide an explanation or why this would be the case? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe there was an answer to the member's previous question in the response that I provided. They wanted to know why it was $411 million, and I explained that was through the 28-year contract with North Star Infrastructure, and so I think that was self-explanatory. The 15% compared to a traditional model, this represents the value for money that results from a P3 contract over, if the N.W.T, if we were to construct it, operate and maintain the road as a N.W.T project, we would pay in excess of 15% more than the cost that I had quoted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, County and the member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier in the sitting, the Honourable Minister of Finance was asked questions around the consultations related to a proposed sugar tax. Looking now, I see that the engagement is closed. I'm wondering if the Minister can update the House as to when the results of the consultation will be made publicly available. Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is some concern with the sugar sweetened drinks tax. We've changed the name. It was going to be the sugary tax, but we've decided to change it to the sugar sweetened because there are a number of drinks that are sugary that are not sugar sweetened. So the consultation, as the member noted, ended in January 2019. We've had public meetings in a number of communities, and we've heard from members of the public. And the report of the results of the public consultation is anticipated for March of 2019. So March would start tomorrow next day, and then March has 31 days. So we'll try to have that document released. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nakita, the Council Member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So has the Minister learned anything from this consultation that he feels necessary to share with the House now, such as abandoning this unnecessary tax? Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're doing our due diligence. This was to investigate the introduction of a sugar sweetened tax. It doesn't say the implementation of a sugar sweetened tax. And so this was to investigate. We've heard from people across the Northwest Territories. Obviously, you've seen some of the comments in the news from one person saying that I'm opposed to any type of tax and I'll continue to drink pop regardless, and somebody else calling it a goofy tax. But this was just to investigate the introduction of a tax. It doesn't say we're going to implement it. So being the consensus type government we are, and we hear the voices of the people according to our code of conduct, we have to listen to what they say before a decision is made to proceed any further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Council Member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So is the minister going to implement a tax then? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if I need an interpreter. I said this was to investigate the introduction of a tax. Doesn't say that we're going to do the tax. There's still some work that needs to be done. We need to do our due diligence, and once we do that, a decision will be made at that time based on all the information received as whether the tax will be going forward to implementation or not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question. No data, Cassie, Member Kamlik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituents want to know, and that's why I'm asking these questions. And the certainty is what we're looking for, is what they're looking for, what I'm looking for. I appreciate the minister's is proceeding through the consultation. So if there is a decision to implement a, what are we calling it, the sugar-sweetened tax, when can this Assembly expect to see it? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituents want to know as well as to the course of action that we're going. And I said we will receive the feedback and we'll analyze the feedback, and then we will make a determination at the time whether this tax should proceed, the sugar sweetened tax should proceed. And until then, I mean, it's hypothetical for me to say that yay or nay. So I'll wait till the results, and then, as most good governments do, we'll make an informed decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Canadian, the member Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my statement, I talked about the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, so my questions are to the Minister of Justice. Without question, here in the Northwest Territories, we have high rates of alcohol and drug abuse. The question is, the Northwest Territories Wellness Court is meant to support people with addictions or cognitive issues. Can the Minister tell me if our wellness courts currently support people with FASD? Merci.
Merci. Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Wellness Court is an alternative to conventional criminal court that focuses on the offender rather than the offense, and it seeks to address underlying issues of drug and alcohol addiction, mental health, and cognitive challenges. And certainly, it is an option for those with FASD. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nakita Cassie member Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even so, Mr. Speaker, although it may be a better option than regular courts, I'm not convinced that wellness courts is the most suitable options for individuals with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Wellness court criteria demand that offenders accept responsibility for the crimes that they've been charged with and, quote, be ready to put in a lot of hard work, unquote. For many people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, this just may not be a fair expectation. How are courts programs being adapted to suit the unique needs of people with FASD? Merci.
Merci. Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the member opposite's concern about this very serious problem and his desire to see the best programming possible for people that find themselves in criminal court, particularly those suffering with FASD. I don't agree with the suggestion, however, that all people with FASD are not able to accept responsibility and put in a lot of hard work. It is important to recognize that the programs are not necessarily for everybody, and the potential participants are assessed for suitability. So anyone who, the reality is that anyone pursuing the type of program offered is that success will require a willingness to accept responsibility and to work to change behavior. That work may be hard, and I do appreciate that, and I do realize that it will be a challenge for those with FASD, as it is a challenge for those with other cognitive disabilities or addictions. But this court, which has been in operation for more than 5 years, I believe is a path for those that find themselves in these situations. Thank you.
Merci. Oral question, Tadada, Council Member Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the department is on the right path. There's some innovation in terms of thinking to trying to decolonize the society here in the north, especially attitudes towards incarceration. And so can the minister commit to considering the implementation of specialized courts programming for individuals with FASD and N.W.T?
Merci. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can commit to the member opposite the wellness court program will be continually reviewed and improved. There's a steering committee for wellness court that includes representatives from the judiciary, Crown, and defense bar. Improvements can always be made, Mr. Speaker, and certainly we do want to make improvements to deal with those offenders that find themselves before the wellness court. I understand that more than 100 people since 2014 have been referred to wellness court. The court, as I say, was set up in 2014. The first sitting was October 2nd of that year. So I do regard the wellness court as being a success. I realize that there is a lot of work involved by everyone involved, including the offenders, and we are always looking to improve the system. Thank you.
Oral question, Nundere, Council Member Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the outset of responding to my first question, the minister stated that there are options to fetal alcohol symptom fetal alcohol spectrum disorder in terms of working with the department, and as another program aside from the alternative courts process, what other options does it mean in terms of addressing the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder? Merci.
Merci. Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand that this problem has many facets, and they're not always dealt with the best in the court system. Of course, I've been speaking of the wellness court that can assist, in my view, in these types of situations with those who do have cognitive or mental issues or addiction issues. But there are also other options which, through health and social services, where people can be assisted. So the wellness court is a specific court dealing with offenders that find themselves before the court system, but that doesn't mean there aren't other programs that can assist. Thank you.
Merci. Oral question, the member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Earlier today spoke about the transition of health and medical services within the old and new Stanton hospitals and possibly off-site during renovations. Can the minister share any insights into the planning and coordination that is happening for the day where patients will be transferred from Old Stanton to the new Stanton? And I believe that day is May the 26th, 2019. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, May 26th is fast approaching. It's going to be an incredibly important day for the healthcare system, and it's also going to be a very complex and busy day. In order to ensure that we have little to no patient interruption or reduction in services during that time, we have been doing a significant amount of planning. The Healthcare Relocations, Inc. Has been contracted to guide the Stanton team and the Stanton staff through transition planning. Operational readiness activities have been underway since November 2016 with the creation of 17 different transition planning teams. The final move plan will be developed in such incredible detail and minute detail that the movement of patients will be scheduled down to the minute with minimal impact on patients. The patient move will occur in one day on May 26th. All necessary infrastructure, equipment, furniture, and systems in the new hospital will be in place and tested long before that date to ensure that we have a smooth transition. And like I said, I mean, we want to reduce or have very little to no impact or reduction in services due to the transition. So there will be some mock moves tested, some practice moves before the day actually comes. On that day, every service will be coming out of the old Stanton building into the new Stanton building in a couple other different locations around town for those services that will not be permanently located in the new Stanton building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, la quête member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thanks to the Minister for that. I'm very excited. I'll probably be a spectator now watching it all. But no, I appreciate that a lot of work is going into this. It's a very important event. When I searched the Stanton Renewal website, I could find some information about the final location for various services. There's some nice floor plans and so on, but there doesn't seem to be any information there about the transition period during renovations where some of these services may be moved off-site. Does the Minister have this kind of information, and can he share it? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there will be some temporary program moves as renovations are completed in the legacy Stanton building, the old building. For instance, outpatient rehab will be temporarily located on level 2 of the Centre Square Tower, while speech and audiology will remain at the Stanton Medical Center, which is the building beside McDonald's. The extended care unit will temporarily move to level 5 of the new Stanton building. So there will be some temporary moves. Mr. Speaker, we want this information to be clear. We want this information to be transparent. We're intending to keep our website updated on a regular basis. The member and I had a quick conversation about the website this morning, at which point I went and quickly checked the website to see if I could find the information. I was able to find pretty much everything I was looking for. I may not have been looking for the same information that the member was looking for. I know the member wants us to do some updates on the website. I'm going to encourage the member to come down to my office and we could sit in front of my computer together and try to find the pieces of information he's looking for and make some suggestions to me on how we might improve our website. Because bottom line, we want it to be clear, we want it transparent, we want the information available to the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'd be delighted to join the Minister in his office and work away on his computer with him. And I'm sure there's going to be a big public information campaign rolling out about this, these transition within the old and new hospitals and so on. Part of that campaign should include information about how services will transition from the old Stanton Hospital to off-site, and the Minister has given some of that during the renovations. And then, of course, they're going to return to the Stanton Legacy building that the Minister referred to. So can the Minister tell us when all this information is going to be put together and when it's going to be made available to the public? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of that information has already been made public. We have been clear on what types of services, what services will be going into the Stanton Legacy building. The extended care will be there, long-term care will be there, and there will be a number of other services, including some of the rehab services, the primary care clinics, and other things. Those are going to be in the old Stanton. That information, like I said, I'm happy to sit down with the member. I was able to find that when I looked, so happy to sit down with the member, figure out what is missing from, the average user's point of view to make sure that we get the information out there. I, like the member, like everybody in this House, wants that information out there. We want our public to know where the services they need are located so that there's no confusion during the 2 to 3 years it'll take to retrofit the Legacy Stanton building and get everybody moved back in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, and thanks to the Minister for that. I guess what I'm really looking for here is a Gantt chart. So a list of where the services that are located in the old hospital now, when they may be moved off-site, when they're going to come back, and where they are in the interim. And I think a Gantt chart would help. So can the Minister commit to, and I'm prepared to sit down and work with him on this, but can the Minister commit to putting this information about the transition of these services together using a Gantt chart on the Stanton Renewal website? And I guess I'd be happy to work with him and get that done as quickly as we can. But can he commit to do that? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commit to getting the information the member is looking for out into the public through our website. I recognize that I'm not an expert in communications. I don't believe the member is an expert in communications, although he may be good. My recommendation is that we rely on the experts who are involved in getting information to the public on a regular basis, take their input to make sure that the right tool is being used. If it's a Gantt chart, let's do a Gantt chart. If it's not a Gantt chart, let's not do a Gantt chart. Bottom line, let's get the information out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, the member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a few questions for the Minister responsible for the Housing Association. Mr. Speaker, earlier this session I asked the Minister about the heating at the Joe Greenland Centre, and I'd like to follow up. I'd like to ask the Minister, what is the status of the work on the heating on the Joe Greenland Centre? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a little bit of history with the Joe Greenland Centre in Acknowledgments that was completed in the fall of 2015. When it was completed, there was concerns raised by residents of the community that some of the units didn't have adequate heating during the winter. Housing Corporation did do an assessment, and we found that in order to resolve the issue and the situation, that in-floor heating was identified as the most appropriate solution to fix that problem. We went ahead and we did that. The installation of in-floor heating began last year in November, and when the required materials were able to get to the community. From my understanding, Mr. Speaker, it has been completed. We will get an official confirmation for the member so that he can share with his constituents. And I know that when we did go and do the opening for the Northern Pathways to Housing in Enclavic, that we did go into the Joe Greenland Centre and got a good update. So from my understanding, at this moment, that it has been completed. We will get an official confirmation for the member so that he can share that with his constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nakita Cassie member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know this has been an ongoing issue since the opening. This could have been avoided if the department didn't try to cut costs during construction. I'd like to ask the Minister, is there any further work needed on the Joe Greenland Centre, or will this solve the heating problems? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once the residents did raise the issue of the heating issues during the winter months, we did work with our professional engineers and our designers to address the issue, and we, as I mentioned earlier, that in-floor heating was the best solution to address the issue. We have done that, and as I mentioned, from my understanding, that it has been completed. I will get an official confirmation for the member, and moving forward, we will continue to assess the Joe Greenland building. I mean, it's providing a valuable service to our residents in the Beaufort Delta, and we will continue to monitor that particular building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Tadada Cassie, member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's good news. I'm sure the elders there would appreciate that. And one of the other things that the elders wanted to see was, like a meeting area in the back. Right now, if elders want any fresh air, or whether to go outside and have a cigarette or something, they have to sit at the entrance, at the front door. So will the minister now look into a meeting area in the backyard of the Joe Greenland Centre for the elders to have cookouts during the summer? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just completed a seniors planning study that we tabled in the House yesterday. I think that when we are investing into some of our most vulnerable people, that obviously we want to make sure that we get input from our residents, as well as our stakeholders when we're doing this. Perfect case in point is Fort Province with their seniors residents. We're doing some really good work there. And this is something that we'll continue to work with the residents and the leadership on how we can develop some type of congregation area, meeting place for the seniors with the Joe Greenland Center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question. Member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we always talk about aging in place here. But would the minister work with the Minister of Health to cost share on a gazebo for elders to enjoy the summer, to visit with one another, and also to visit with community members? As I mentioned, it's a great scenery there, you know, at the location that they have, but it's a shame that, you know, where elders do have to sit outside to enjoy fresh air is facing away from the mountains, which, you know, you should be making use of the scenery there, and, you know, a good place to enjoy life there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Money? Me? What did I do this time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the advocacy that the member is bringing on for seniors and aging in place. With the planning study, we did identify that there are certain communities across the Northwest Territories that we do need to provide adequate care and services to. And as I mentioned in this House before, the three communities that were identified were Yellowknife, Hay River, and Norman Wells. We want to make sure that we identify our priorities as a government, but at the same time, we also want to make sure that our Indigenous governments, our municipalities also work with us and take part of that ownership to provide the services. Main thing right now is to make sure that we do provide the services for seniors aging in place, and at this moment we want to make sure that they can have an adequate space, health and wellness of their own. And right now the communities that have been identified have been Yellowknife, Hay River, and Norman Wells. If you want to look at gazebos and other things that might be on top of the priority cost, then we'll have those discussions in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, the member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier I spoke about the need for N.W.T. departments responsible for capital acquisitions, specifically infrastructure, the Housing Corporation, and finance, to better utilize the tens, or rather hundreds of millions of dollars they spend annually on infrastructure to increase the number of skilled workers in the N.W.T. I personally consider it irresponsible that we're not doing this to a much greater extent. When the Department of Infrastructure's budget was being debated in Committee of the Whole, the Minister of Infrastructure told me that I should direct my questions about training to the Minister of ECE. So I have some questions for the Minister of ECE. We'll start with the basics. According to ECE's Apprenticeship, Trades and Occupational Certification Strategic Plan, the N.W.T. is facing a worsening shortage of skilled labor. What is ECE doing to increase the number of journeymen and skilled workers in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is right. There is an issue about apprenticeships. In fact, it's a national issue that the numbers are going down, so we need to work on that. Since the Skills for Success was introduced in 2015, though, we had 375 new apprenticeships and 188 certificates of qualifications issued. One of the bigger issues that we recognize in doing that work, though, is that it's one is getting them into it, but it's also supporting our apprenticeships to complete. So that is one of our strategies that we're looking at. In 2017, we did an apprenticeship trades and occupational certification strategy to address the needs that we need in apprenticeships. We've made a lot of progress, actually, so I want to go over some of that. So some of the progress that we've done is we've revised the Trades and Occupations Wage Subsidy Program to better support employers, so we've increased that for them. That happened in April 2018. We're also working in cooperation with the Aurora College to deliver new programs. That includes the revised housing maintainer program, and introducing a pre-employment carpentry and pre-employment electrical programs. We're developing a communication strategy which will be implemented beginning in March 2019. And we're also doing a training module for career development officers, which will be offered in May of 2019. Some of the things so those are done. Some of the things we're also in progress of doing is we're looking at, we're reviewing our apprenticeship record book to streamline the reporting. And we got a lot of complaints. People say it's cumbersome. So hopefully this will work to streamline things, make it easier. We're leading a pan-territorial working group to revise and redesign the housing maintainer occupational standards. This is in process. And we're currently at the second year of our strategy. So we got a lot of work to do, but we've done quite a bit. We recognize it's an issue, and we're working as hard as we can to address it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Council Member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I looked into what EC is doing. They're actually doing quite a few things, and I think even more than the minister just mentioned. I think they need to improve their supports for the community development officers or career development officers. I think we probably need an extra one in Hay River. And the community learning centers at Aurora College probably need to be better utilized as well to help people train to actually take the trades entrance exam, which is a big barrier to many people. There's a lot of investments there, and I'm not a fan of just throwing money at a problem and hoping that it fixes it. We need to know what the problem is and if what we're doing to address it is effective. So that being said, the strategic plan the minister mentioned calls for the creation of performance measures and indicators and the implementation of an effective data management and information system to track and report on results. So what's the status of this work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge the MLA for actually talking about some of the things that we have done, because it's nice to hear in the House. We have a lot of work to do, but it's also nice to recognize that we are working at things. So thank you for that comment. So what are we doing? We've developed our measurement plan. It's already done. Some of the things, the indicators that we're looking at, we'll be measuring stakeholder satisfaction with the program. That's normal. The number of apprentices that are registered and that are certified under the program, and the number and the type of new trades programs introduced. Those are a few of the things we'll be measuring. That is done. That work is done. We're actually in the next couple of months actually going to be reviewing the outcomes of that of our evaluations to see what needs to be done. And this fits really well within our polytechnic visioning because the visioning exercise is talking about what we need in the territories. So this work is coming at an opportune time to be able to look at where we're moving forward within our polytechnic university. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Council Member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stated, we need a whole of government effort to effectively address this issue. We need ECE, ITI infrastructure, finance, a housing corporation, probably even health and social services all working together. When I asked questions about training to the Minister of Infrastructure, he directed me to address my questions to the Minister of ECE. This leads me to believe there's some sort of formal relationship between the departments, which is great. And I know the Minister of Infrastructure stated that there's training done with the Canyon Creek project and the Nuvvuagtuk Highway, but I want to make sure there's training opportunities for the fish plant in Hay River and the 48-bed long-term care facility in Hay River and all of those projects, Mr. Speaker. We have to utilize every one. So in terms of a formal relationship, are there MOUs or other similar instruments in place with infrastructure and the Housing Corporation regarding using infrastructure projects for training and with finance regarding utilizing P3 projects for training? Does ECE have these type of MOUs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't have a traditional MOU because that's not something we use traditionally across departments. It's more what we use with contractors outside of the government. However, in saying that, we do work very closely across the departments. Our deputy ministers meet regularly. We have committee of cabinets that sit and meet regularly. Some of the projects, and as well, we have a regional training partnerships that ECE uses. It has representation from ECE, Aurora College, Indigenous governments, and industry partners. So we work closely as we can. Some of the projects that we have been fine examples of how we work together have been the Nuvvuagtuk Highway and the Canyon Creek also. off-season road. With the Inuvik Highway, Highway, we trained actually approximately 185 people were trained on that. The contractor trained over 70 people using simulators to operate rock trucks, graders, and excavator equipment. We provided additional on-the-job training. They also trained one administrative assistant, one heavy equipment support person, 3 apprentices, and 40 individuals with Class 1 and Class 3 driver's license. As well, within the Canyon Creek, the contractor provided training for 12 trainees, 16 heavy equipment operators, as well as employment opportunities for 50 people during that. Those are just 2 examples. I have a list of them, but I'm not going to go through them all, Mr. Speaker. We try to work as closely as possible. We need to do better. We know that, but we are trying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Council Member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I give the government credit for what they did in the past, but I'm looking to the future, and that's what I'm concerned about. So in the absence of any official relationship, I know that the deputy ministers meet and cabinet meets, but there's nothing official in place. How exactly does ECE engage with infrastructure, the Housing Corporation, and finance in the evaluation of capital needs, the development and evaluation of RFPs, to ensure the training opportunities are fully realized? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As stated before, we do have a Deputy Ministers Committee, as well as we have a Committee of Cabinet to work with the economy. We still have work to do. Major projects such as when we look at mines, social economic agreements, etc., we sit together and we actually, the ministers actually sit together at the table and discuss what we need. Those are put into things such as social economic agreements. All departments, when it comes to capital needs, believe me, we're all at that table. We all have our own interest in that process, though, I think, maybe more so than working collaboratively together. What we are falling down, though, is, in my opinion, is the evaluation of RFPs. That is something that we should be actually looking more at. So I will bring that to the Committee of Cabinet for the Economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral questions. The member Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a few more questions for my friend, the Minister of Finance. I'd like to ask the Minister, of the $411 million of spending on the road to YELLOWKNIFE, how much of that will go to Cleacho businesses and individuals over the 28-year period? Mussy.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the $400 million that's being invested, the project agreement signed between the N.W.T and North Star Infrastructure is designed to maximize the Cleacho and northern involvement. In addition, the Cleacho government has directly invested, I believe, 20% into the project. So as far as the actual breakdown of what's going to be staying in the Cleacho region, I think we'll have a better idea of that as the project gets moving forward. But as we do with most projects, there's a reporting process, so we'll be able to provide real-time information as the project proceeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Council Member Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the government of the Northwest Territories assisted the Cleacho in taking that participation in the consortium that's going to build the road. Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is asking that we assisted them financially to take a stake in the project. The answer is no. Thank you.
Oral question, Council Member Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Minister of Finance to tell us whether this project can be constructed over a longer period of time so that the construction jobs last longer. Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no, the financial close is being completed with the proponent, and changing the construction schedule would impact project costs. Obviously, we would like to see folks working as long as possible. I think with some of the experience they gain on this, there may be other opportunities for them to work in other places, may require some moving around, but I think we've seen a good indication of that with with the new Tuktoyaktuk Highway project, where 85% of the workforce was pretty well from the Bodell, and a lot of them, with the experience that they've gained, have been able to find other work where they've required operators. So there's benefit that way. May require some moving around, but we think that's one of the benefits of the project, and I think the Clecho region will see that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question. No data cast member Yellowknife Center.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that response. As I mentioned in my statement, in terms of economic returns, it looks like the Slave Geological Province Road may be more lucrative because of the advanced exploration that has gone on in that area, and because it may be a lifeline for the diamond mines who are trying to maximize production and minimize costs. So has the Minister examined the relative economic benefits of the road to YT to those of the Slave Geological Province, and can he share those results? Merci.
Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, a lot of work was done on the YT Road. The project was submitted, funding was received for it. I don't think you can underestimate the value of the road to the citizens of Clecho and YT, and the benefits it will bring to them. And I don't think I need to point out the benefit, but there are a lot of benefits. The same level of work on the Slave Geological Province has not been done yet, so I think it would be hard to compare the two, but we can never underestimate the value of making work for residents across Northwest Territories is actually want to work, and I think this is one of those projects that would be beneficial to YT and to the citizens of Clecho. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral questions. Vikadaya Canada, member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs delivered a statement on the municipal funding to community government funding. And I'd like to question some of the contents of that statement. The only numbers we see we see the total gap, we see the 8.3 million that the government's invested into this funding gap, and we have a lot of talk about a 50% covering the gap by 50%, all this progress that was made. However, the largest pot of funding that remains unresolved is infrastructure. So how much progress has the minister made on closing that gap? Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Municipal Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know we're going to be going into committee of the whole later on and debating the budget for municipal community affairs. We want to be open with all members of the Legislative Assembly, and something that we will be bringing up this weekend when we meet with the N.W.T Association of Communities and their membership, is that this is an area of issue. As much as we can, work and try to get secure federal funding to address some of the infrastructure concerns. We will and continue to do that. Previous ministers, previous governments have worked on trying to get reduce that gap that's been involved, and that's a message that I will be sharing with all of our mayors and our councillors this weekend. And I think that the minister's statement says what we have done, and we have seen some successes. And I know that in future governments, this government and future governments is going to be a challenge to close that gap. But we have made some progress. We'll continue to make that progress, and we'll continue to work with our partners with the municipal and Indigenous governments to address these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, the Kidada, Cassie member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister just mentioned the federal government's role in this funding. His predecessor also spoke of leveraging federal funds to close this gap. I'd just like to get a better understanding of this. Is the minister saying that this formula that's been developed isn't the responsibility of the N.W.T to fill? Can you answer that question? Thank you.
Minister of Municipal Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of I guess you could say the reputations that I've built as being a minister is developing strong partnerships. And those partnerships do involve federal government, They involve municipal governments, Indigenous governments. We all have a role to play in this. N.W.T cannot be the one and all to provide the services. We've got to work together to identify priorities and also address some of our core needs. So it takes a partnership between all levels of government, but we do definitely play a significant role in this in terms of working with our municipal governments, but also lobbying the federal government to get the funds needed to address some of the concerns that we have been hearing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Untitled Chapter, Member Kamlik.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree. If we need to support all of our communities and work together to do that. But this funding gap is no one's responsibility but the minister. So I'm going to ask, what is he actually doing to address the other shortfalls? We have a plan for water and sewer or environmental that's 50% complete. Shouldn't be too hard to fill the other 50%. But the vast majority of the funding, there's no plan. What is the minister doing to address this?
Minister of Municipal Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been working with our partners within the N.W.T. Since I've taken this role on, I have sat down with them, the executive, and have had these discussions. We continue to lobby the federal government. We are creating a strategy that has been we've been working on for a number of years. And as I mentioned, I'll be open. This government's not going to be able to probably close that funding gap. Next government might not be able to close the funding gap. The government after that. I mean, this is something that we got to address, and some of these are long-term lives of our assets. So we need to adjust the priorities of our communities and working with other elected officials to move forward. Thank you.
Oral question, Member Kamlik.
Thank you. Look, I have to compliment the minister's honesty. It's hard for politicians to break promises on the floor of the House like that. This is our responsibility. This is something we must accomplish. Will the minister commit to rebalancing this formula so it's a realistic formula in partnership with the N.W.T? Will he commit to either doing that or fully funding this? There's only two options. Thank you.
Minister of Municipal Community Affairs.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, we are creating a strategy. I don't know where I broke a promise. I've only taken this position on for about a year, so I think some members need to be walking a fine line in how they make statements.
Thank you.
First of all, and we are going to continue to work with our municipal leaders, our federal partners, and as I mentioned, for the record, I did not break any promises on this strategy, and we're going to continue to work on that strategy, and we will table it by the end of this government. And as I mentioned, I'm being honest, I don't think this government's going to be able to close that gap. We have met with mayors and officials. I have met with the N.W.T executive to address the funding gap. And I think there's a good understanding of everybody involved at the table. But we will continue to do that. And we can't tie the next government. We can't tie the next government into funding dollars that are going to be tying their hands together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mercy. Time for oral question has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's opening address. Replies to Commissioner's opening address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Reports on Committee on Review of Bills. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 29, an act to amend the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Bill 29 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on October 30th, 2018, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. To permit time for the legislative drafters to complete the proposed amendments, I would like to advise the House of the committee's wish to extend our review of the bill with the intention of reporting back to the House on or before March 11th, 2019. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Rule 75, brackets 1, bracket C of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that the review period for Bill 29 be extended to March 11th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion's in order. Motion's non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Massey. Reports of Committee on Review of Bills. Reports of Committee on Review of Bills. Tabling of documents. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document called entitled Early Development Instrument Measuring Children's Developmental Health, N.W.T. Change Over Time, 2012 to 2017. Massey, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Tabling of documents. Minister of Infrastructure.
Speaker, I wish to table the following 4 documents entitled Follow-up to Oral Question 517-18, bracket 3, New Mine Potential Resource Forecasting Analysis, Follow-up to Oral Question 541-18, bracket 3, Sigachik Ice Bridge, Follow-up to Oral Questions 553-18, bracket 3, Speeding on a Decho Bridge, and pursuant to Section 62, bracket 2 of the Transportation Dangerous Good Act, I wish to table annual report to the Legislative Assembly for the 2018 under the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Notices of motion for first reading of bills. Notices of motion for first reading of bills. Motions. Motions. First reading of bills. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Bill 40, Smoking Control and Reduction Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. The motion is in order. Motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Bill 40 has had its first reading. First reading of bills. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Bill 41, the Tobacco and Vapor Products Control Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Motion is in order. Motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Bill 41 has had its first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Bill 31. Minister Statement 131-18.3. Minister Statement 151-18.3. Table Document 322-18.3. Minister Statement 158-18.3 with Member Hay River North in the chair.
I'll now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, committee would like to consider table document 322-18 brackets 3, main estimates 2019-2020 with the departments of MACA, our Municipal and Community Affairs, and the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will consider the document after a brief recess. I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 322-18 brackets 3, main estimates 2019-2020, beginning with the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. I will turn to the Minister for opening remarks. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am pleased to present the 2019-2020 main estimates for the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Overall, the department's main estimates propose an increase of $3,236,000 from the 2018-19 main estimates, which is an increase of, which is a 3% increase. The 2019-2020 main estimates reflect an increase of $111,000 to support the need for increased grants in lieu of property taxes payments to the community governments, an increase of $1.4 million for community governments to support their operational needs, and the delivery of water and sewer services, which continues our support to community governments, which has seen an increase of investments over more than $6.7 million during the life of the 18th Legislative Assembly. Municipal and Community Affairs will continue to work with key stakeholders such as the N.W.T. Association of Communities on the development of a plan that will help to address the municipal funding gap. As part of this plan, we are reminded that this Assembly has also previously approved an annual increase to community public infrastructure funding of $1.8 million to provide enhanced support for community infrastructure priorities. Additionally, the 2019-2020 main estimates also reflect an increase of $350,000 to support non-government organizations to stabilize operations or develop their capacity to manage programs and services, an increase of $1,348,000 to implement the N.W.T's 911 service, an increase of $334,000 to ensure efficient delivery of the Investing in Canada infrastructure plan, and an increase of $389,000 to support the Delaney Self-Government Agreement. The Department's proposed spending in 2019-2020 continues to support the priorities of the 18th Legislative Assembly. Under the Community Wellness and Safety priority, Municipal and Community Affairs has refined its implementation plan for a territorial 911 service. Our investment in this budget will result in this service coming online by the summer of 2019. Through an increase in funding for community governments, we are continuing to provide support for municipal core needs. This funding advances the government's governance priority by helping to build a stronger relationship with community governments. In support of the cost of living priority area, we will continue to support community governments as they apply for and take advantage of the suite of federal infrastructure funding programs available to them. That concludes my opening remarks, Mr. Chair. I would be happy to answer any members' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Moses. I understand you have witnesses to bring into the chamber, so Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, you may take your seat at the witness table. Minister, please introduce your witnesses for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on my left I have Eleanor Young, Deputy Minister of Municipal Community Services, and on my immediate right is Gary Showerty, who's the Director of Corporate Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Just the chair today, just the chair. Committee, Municipal and Community Affairs begins on page 323 of the budget document. The departmental total is on page 327, but as is our usual practice, we will defer consideration of the total until after we consider each activity. There are 7 activities followed by 2 information items. The first activity, community governance, begins on page 330. Does the committee have comments or questions on page 330? Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my first question is, the department still focusing its efforts on a pilot project for Fort Province, Toledo, and Untitled, and how is the work being proceeding? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, we are looking at continuing to do that work. For maybe further detail, I'll go to my Deputy Minister into where we are in that area. Ms. Young, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Mr. Chair, yes, we are working with the Department of Lands to set up the processes for the different steps that will have to take place for transferring land based on the type of tenure, type of ownership that exists in each of those communities. And then we're working with each community to implement the pilot to transfer the land and assets that are municipal over to the community governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I previously mentioned, I'm concerned about transferring assets to communities without them also getting the necessary funds for operation and maintenance. What is the department doing about this process? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are doing a asset management plan with each of the communities. It's something that we've been focusing on moving forward. It is not only the concerns of the communities that the member has brought up, but it is something that we will have to have discussions with administration, as well as mayor and council leadership. Obviously, making sure that we're both working together to address the issue, but we are going through an assets management plan for our communities, and ensure the member that we are going to work with that, and there's a responsibility on both sides. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chair, my next question, how is the department planning to secure any additional funds needed for surveys or land assessments? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For surveys, we work with the Department of Lands first off so that we can try and identify where the Department of Lands has surveys happening so that we can try to be cost effective with the delivery of surveys. And then the actual cost for the surveys is part of what the community government funds out of either their capital or their O&M, depending where they have the flexibility to do so. It's eligible under either expense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having the funds needed associated with initiatives being factored into, with this initiative being factored into the calculations of the municipal funding gap? Thank you. Have this funding.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we just had a little bit of a discussion, as well as the Minister's statement that I just put out today, that the member was aware of. This is going to be a discussion that we're going to have with the N.W.T Association of Communities this weekend, and also look in terms of how do we address these, some of the shortfalls, but also what our core needs are for the communities. I know I've had these discussions with the committee previous, and it's going to be something that we will have a discussion and focus on this weekend in a very honest and open discussion with our other elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand that there's some, you did a minister statement in that, but these are some of the questions that I've been asked to be by my constituents to ask, so I'm just making sure I'm going through my list here. So thank the Minister for that. In correspondence with the Standing Committee of Government Operations, the Department noted that Municipal and Community Affairs will need to identify a long-term process to transfer assets and lands. What is involved in this work, and what is the time frame for completion? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Minister, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we have done to date is we do have a list of assets that community governments currently operate, but which they don't have tenure for. So those are the assets that we're talking about. They're ones that they currently already operate. So things like the funding for those assets is already built into the formula. What we've done is created a master list of which assets need to be transferred to the community government and what type of land they currently sit on. As mentioned earlier, we have a pilot with 3 communities to nail down the process by which that land transfer can take place in each community, what steps will need to be done. And then once we complete the pilot, we'll be able to move on to other communities for implementation. At this point, until we work through the pilot and determine how long it takes to work through a process in a single community, we don't have an estimated timeline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Chair, what other process has the department made with respect to addressing the issue of derelict properties in the communities? So, derelict properties in the community. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Minister Moses, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's always been an ongoing issue, I think, in every community, and that's something that we need to work with our local governments on addressing. And obviously, you know, we want to play a strong role in that. And any administration or municipal government that does feel that they need support and work on our behalf, I'd encourage them to come and speak with us to address those needs in terms of derelict properties and areas in their communities. I know since I've been in the position, we have made some adjustments for some small communities to address these needs. And like I said, I encourage leadership and membership to contact our office, and we'd be more than willing and happy to work with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully this will be my last question for this topic area here. In regards to community planning, am I correct in understanding that community planning is a responsibility for assisting communities with civic addressing? So in other words, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that can be part of the community planning exercise, and we find it is easiest to do it at the time we're updating a plan, because then the cost of doing the civic addressing can be built into the community plan, which we have a number of different funding sources that can pay for community planning, and that's why we suggest that the two be combined. And we have a guidebook for how that can proceed. So any community that's ready to take that on, I believe we have about 9 in process currently to update their community plan, and we can update their addressing at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've heard that civic addressing is not necessary for the implementation of 911, but I still think it's important to be included in the 911 implementation plan for those municipalities that want it. Are you guys working with them or encouraging them to include this? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, this is something that we are working on. Obviously, we want to make sure that anyone that accesses 911, that we have their address in place. We are working with communities currently to address these needs, and as 911 is hopefully going to come through, that we are making sure that our residents are more than I wouldn't say happy, but more than with their concerns that their concerns will be met. So that's something that we are working on right now. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Next on the list, we have Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see this is the governance section. Is this where I would find funds that would support a community such as a hamlet or municipality in their negotiation of an IBA? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We provide different services in terms of with IBAs. That's more associated with the executive EIA. So we provide different services, so that wouldn't fall under this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. So I guess municipalities and hamlets aren't eligible to enter into an IBA. Is that what I'm understanding? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not through our department. That would be more through the executive and Indigenous with Indigenous Government Services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this department wouldn't advise a community that they could enter into an IBA if there was a large industrial project within or near the boundaries of the community. Is that correct? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that is correct. We do approve community plans, and under community plans, there is a section 35 that focuses on consultation. So that would be where it would focus on in terms of any IBAs or anything. There'd be consultation, but we do work with municipalities on their community plans. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get all that on the record. There's been some confusion about who can enter into IBAs and who's advising who to do what, so I wanted to clear that up. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Next on the list, we have Mr. Tester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So under the community planning function, the department provides support and advice to communities on their community plans and community planning. The department also managed the public land and would review any applications for access to that land. Now that's a function of the Department of Lands. And we've heard concerns over a number of years that communities aren't able to access land for development reasons. Obviously, that's a live issue here in the city of Yellowknife, where my constituency is located. I have heard concerns from colleagues in other communities such as Hay River. What is the department doing to support communities in accessing more land for development opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a few departments in, not a few, a couple of departments that work in this area. We would definitely work with the municipality to identify what their needs are. And as they develop their community plans, we would work on supporting them. And as previously mentioned, there is a Section 35, depending on which community is putting their community plans forward. There might be some consultation that would be needed to take in with our Indigenous partners, Indigenous governments, and then also working with the Department of Lands to address the needs moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Testart.
So if a community came forward with a request just to access large parcels of land for the sake of their own internal development, what would be the advice of the department? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we are going to be working with all of the municipalities that want to come forward with a community plan. We would facilitate the discussions with all stakeholders and ensure that the plans that are being proposed, whether there needs to be any Section 35 consultations or anything further that needs to be done, that we'd be more than willing to facilitate those discussions and approve them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart?
Thank you. So under what circumstances are community plans rejected by the department? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would simply compare the community plan to the provisions under the Community Planning and Development Act, and as long as the community has met what is required of them under the Act, then we would bring the plan forward to the Minister for consideration. The content of the plan per se is really up to the community and their planning experts to fulfill, as long as they meet the provisions of the Act in terms of public engagement, etc., then we would be supporting the approval of the plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart?
So would it be fair to say that the department's role is more to provide compliance with legislation than to actually make decisions over the contents of the community plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, we would comply with legislation. And just to let the member know and members that this weekend we will be meeting with the N.W.T Association of Communities and Leaders and ensure that some of this information and discussion will be had over the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Testart?
Okay, thank you. That's fine. So if the and I appreciate that the minister has shared that information with the House. I've met with several municipal officials from across the territory just this week, and it's great that we have that opportunity to discuss these issues. My concern is the availability of land to develop for economic purposes, and it is a crucial component if we're going to diversify the economy and expand economic opportunities. And local governments are often in the best position to make those decisions. Now, I know this isn't the Department of Lands, so there is a limit to the range of these questions. But are there any practical difficulties from the department's perspective within the legislative framework it's responsible for and its knowledge of community governance operations on the ground that would prevent communities from being transferred N.W.T-owned lands and allowing them to make the decisions around them without the need for piecemeal transfers as approved by the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned, we would facilitate a discussion, and that is really up to the communities in terms of when they work on their community plans, and we'd facilitate it, and we'd work with the other departments that are associated to address those concerns, and obviously that's something that we would like to work on in terms of addressing the economic development in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Testart?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think of this kind of proposal somewhat as a New Deal Part 2, where we devolve further responsibility to our municipalities and allow them to make more decisions around what decisions they actually want to make that they think are going to grow their community. So my question was more, does the department believe there's any, or the minister believe there's any impediment to our communities taking on that responsibility? Granted that not everyone's at the same level, but at least in the larger centers or the centers that are dealing with chronic land management issues that have been brought to the floor of this House before. If a political decision was made to transfer all that land, would the department be in a position to support municipalities in dealing with that new reality? and how would they do that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned, our department would be more than welcome to facilitate a discussion in that area. A New Deal Part 2 sounds interesting. And in further work that I think a New Deal, well, first of all, the first New Deal put more responsibility on our municipalities, and we still need to continue to work and evaluate how that's going. In terms of the second part of the question and how we're focusing on that, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask my Deputy Minister to get into a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Mr. Chair, and to answer the second part of the question, there isn't an impediment. What municipal affairs would do, obviously, first is we would have to have a discussion with whoever the landowner is and facilitate that conversation about a transfer of land, whether it's commissioner's land or otherwise. The second part is under legislation, they would be required to have a land administration bylaw, which we already have templates of that we could work with the community to tailor to their needs. And then the third part would be training in land administration, which again is something that we've delivered in the past. It's not currently on our course delivery schedule, but should the need be there, that could be re-entered into building capacity for land administration at the community level so that they could do that function. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was an excellent response, and I'm very satisfied with that. This is a big issue for me. I think this is a way we could, and for many people have told me that they share a similar perspective. And if we're going to, again, diversify the economy, it's not just going to be with funding pots through ITI. It's going to be with big transformative change like this. And it's good to know that the department is there standing beside our communities, behind our communities, and would help them make that such a transition. So if the Minister of Lands is listening, I'll have questions around this topic when we get to that department. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Seeing no one further on my list, I will call this activity Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Governance Operations Expenditure Summary, $2,016,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. The next activity is on pages 334 to 337. Community operations. Comments or questions? Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The department plan, business plan noted that the complete asset management strategy for the N.W.T community governments has been approved by Canada for use under the gas tax agreement to guide the distribution of targeted capital business building funds. Has MACA completed its work with the first intake of the 11 community governments? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Minister, or rather, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we've made significant progress. I believe only 8 of the 11 actually finished the pilot based on capacity and changes at the community level. Some had to withdraw their participation in the first phase, but we have 8 communities which are now trained and working with the software or are about to, and we're getting ready to start the second round of intake of communities ready to start with the implementation. So good progress is being made. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair, and just want to inform the member and all members that we are strongly advocating for this asset management in all the communities and all the other programs that we do provide. This weekend, I think, is going to be an opportunity to provide the services that MACA delivers to our partners. And just want to let ensure the member that we are on top of this, and it's something that's I think is going to help us move forward in terms of the work and the support that we provide to our municipal governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
With the 11, For the first intake, the second intake, what communities are being engaged with the second intake? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this moment, we don't have the detail for all the communities, but we can get that information. We'll share it with the member to let them know that the work that's going on, being undertaken with asset management, and we'll share that information with the member as soon as we get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Chair, being an MLA for designated authorities, 4 of them anyway, what is the status with respect to designated authorities with this program, with this strategy? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They are fully eligible to be part of the program as well. They receive gas tax funding through us as well. And one of the things we tried to make sure we did with the creation of this program was make it scalable. So if they want to do asset management with software, that is available to them. If they would prefer to do their asset management exercises through paper tracking, we would do that as well. So depending on the capacity and the desire of the community, the program is scalable to what their needs would be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when the designated authorities, have we started approaching them? Because this is actually a very important program. I mean, it helps them, you know, to monitor the equipment, facilities and that. So have we been approaching them to encourage them to be part of this? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and obviously all of our communities in the Northwest Territories we have been approaching. The designated authorities are one of them, and with our gas tax, we have been focused on making sure that they have the same opportunities as tax-based communities and municipalities as well. So obviously we're reaching out to all of our 33 communities, and this is something concerns from the member, but probably some concerns from our leadership that we will be having discussions with this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, when we talk about gas tax, there's challenges, and you know, and we've had conversations about this where communities funding has been withheld there. So can the minister update us with the designated authorities? What's the status, whether it's today or follow up? And I know we've had a conversation, but can we get that follow up and to tell us where we are? And it's just not designated authorities, but any communities out there that are being impacted by this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, I will commit to doing a follow-up on the gas tax. I've had meetings with the member on communities and not just in particular in his region, but communities across the across the N.W.T. And like I said, if it comes up this weekend, we'll have those discussions. And I know there's got to be more than just us being at the table, right? We need to have reliable staff working at the municipal governments, Indigenous governments, at the with the designated authorities to address some of these issues. But I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because if we're not be able to flow that funding out, then the needs of the community might not be met. So hopefully we will have those discussions this weekend with the elected leaders across the Northwest Territories, and we will follow up with the member and give him an update. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you. And I'm assuming this is where we would be talking about the Auditor General's report and from previous. So MACA agreed with a number of the recommendations and made commitments to do a number of things, including reviewing and improving contribution agreements by April 2017 and consult with INAC. What has the department done to implement the OAG's findings with respect to designated authorities in these contribution agreements? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are working on this. We have had a little slower process than I think we had hoped in engaging all of the parties to talk about what changes need to be made to the contribution agreements. If I'm not mistaken, the timeline for the designated authority agreements was actually at the end of 1920. We would have all of the changes complete. So that is still our target to have that work done. The work that we would be doing over the coming year would be to engage with communities on proposed changes with the contribution agreements. Overall, with the Office of the Auditor General reports, we continue to implement all of the recommendations that were there. I think the biggest challenge, as the minister has mentioned, is the capacity of communities. At times, they're in great shape to engage with us, and other times, they've got other priorities on their mind. Staff turnover has been significant in the past couple of years again, and that's having an impact on our ability to engage with communities. But as soon as they're willing to work with us, we're willing to work with them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize if my note said 2017. That's what I had down in my note, so I apologize, and I thank the department. That's my last questions for this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of questions about the municipal funding gap. I apologize if they were already covered, but has the minister or staff indicated when there's going to be a physical document made public for filling this gap? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know this has been a concern for not only MLAs and the government, but also with municipalities. And as I answered questions in the House earlier today, I'm just going to be open and honest. I don't think we'll be able to fill that gap during the life of this government. We only got about 7 months, and honestly, future governments are probably going to have a hard time filling this gap as well. In my minister's statement, I did mention that we have made some very significant improvements into work in terms of infrastructure as well as O&M. I'm more than certain it will be a discussion that we'll have this weekend when we meet with the N.W.T, and we have already met with them, myself in capacity as minister, on 2 different occasions with the executive, and we have had those discussions, and I have informed them that it's going to be a challenge. It's reality. You know, our fiscal realities throughout the North are, we all know what they are, but we also know that the economy isn't as what it used to be, and our aging infrastructure is one that needs to be taken into consideration. But I will be honest with the members that, and I will be honest with the mayor, council, and membership this weekend that we're not going to be able to fill the gap that the member has been referred to. It's something that we'll have to work collectively together to address, not only municipal, territorial, but we still have to lobby, and I did in my answers earlier today to questions, is that we're continuing to lobby the federal government to help us address some of those needs. So for the record, I'll just let the member know that we are continuing to work on it. We will have a strategy. That strategy we will hopefully be tabling in the House in the May-June sitting, and we will share that with committee. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's a long answer to get a short question to get a long answer. I Look, I'm not asking the minister to fill the gap in the next year. I want the plan to do it. I understand the plan's now going to get delivered in the May-June sitting. That's good. I want to see the plan. And I don't expect this minister or this assembly to make up the total gap in the year that's left. But the shortfall that was calculated, I think back in 2014, was around $32.5 million. Is that new document going to include a recalculation of what the gap is? Because a lot has changed probably in 5 years in terms of the assets that our community governments have, their condition and so on. Now that all of that system is in place, it should be easier to recalculate what the gap is. Is that gap going to be recalculated, and is that part of what the minister is going to give us in May, June? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, it will include that. It will also include us having those open dialogues and discussions with our municipalities. Thank the member for keeping us accountable in terms of the report that came from 2014. As you mentioned, we do, as you've known, we do have this asset management plan that we're addressing, and all those are going to be taken into account as we move forward. But I do want to say that we have made some improvements in terms of working with municipal governments to address some of these needs. As was mentioned in my minister's statement earlier today, we'll continue to address those. But as I said, you know, it can't always be solely on us as government, but we need to make sure that municipality governments, Indigenous governments, and the federal government come to the table as we lobby them for funding to address some of the concerns that we're hearing this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the minister. I look forward to getting the recalculation of the municipal funding gap to update the 2014 calculations. That'll be great. I've got a couple of suggestions for him in terms of what that strategy should contain. There should be, in my view, an annual update of that gap, and it should be made available. Minister might want to table a report in the House or something about the progress that's made towards that gap on an annual basis. And it's going to require a pretty sophisticated tracking system. You've already got the asset side of it down, but the money coming in. And, you know, some of this could be, and the minister's alluded to this, made up by the federal government through some of its infrastructure funding programs. And I guess I want to, so you're going to need to have a more sophisticated system to track the incoming money and how it's helping you to reduce this gap. The last point I guess I want to make is that we got to make sure that the MACA minister gets to the table at Cabinet to make sure that more of the federal infrastructure funding actually goes to the communities instead of building roads. That's what it's got to come down to. Are we going to put our communities over building roads? And it's that simple in my mind. The big mega projects that Cabinet keeps pushing are taking money away from our communities, quite frankly, and that's what it comes down to. So I want to urge the minister, and I'm glad the other Cabinet members are here to hear me say this, because I make the same point on housing all the time. We've got to meet the needs of our people, and that has to come over the mega projects that Cabinet keeps pushing. So I look forward to the minister's response on this. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, since I've been in the role as Minister of MACA, I have had pretty well good discussions with the executive of the N.W.T. I have told them that we got to work together to get this addressed. At the same time, our staff have been taking on some roles, administrative roles for some of the municipalities, because they aren't able to, whether it's find SAOs or find people that can do financial work for them. That takes away from the work that we do at the department level. And it's something that I've been pushing. We need to make sure that the resources that our municipal governments have are adequate to address the concerns that the members have raised. And we want to support that and promote that. We do that through the School of Community Governments and getting our district offices out, promoting our programs and services that we provide. In terms of communities over roads, we all got to work together. And I think that as elected officials, and this is something that I will say this weekend when I meet with the mayors and council, is that they have a role to play as well as being elected for their constituents. And MAC has done a great job in working with our municipalities. In some cases, we've had to take more responsibility on than we would have liked to. But we're working to make sure that all communities have the resources to implement this. I do appreciate the suggestions from the member, but really when you look at the realities, there are resources issues that we need to address, and we're working on trying to address those through the programs that we provide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Before anybody says this, I have the greatest respect for our staff within MACA. I think they're working flat out on this work. The problem is the priorities that the Cabinet sets as a whole. The mega projects dominate what we apply for infrastructure money, and that's what's driving this government now. It's not the needs of our communities. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize if this should have been asked in the previous activity, which I don't think it is. I think I can get away with it here. But I asked a question the other day to the Department of Infrastructure. Recently, we received some correspondence. It was from the City of Yellowknife, and it was with regard to the ability to create new N.W.T. building standards. And it seemed as though the request was maybe, and I don't have the letter before me, so I'm kind of paraphrasing, but I'm sure you're aware of the correspondence. Where it's, I don't know, I guess they're trying to ask for the government to enable them, or in fact asking us to develop N.W.T. building standards. I put this to the Department of Infrastructure, as I said the other day. They're not really in a position nor wanting to, I suppose, do such an undertaking and develop these standards. We currently work through the National Building Code, the National Fire Code. We have electrical codes. There's Energuide 80 and the good building practices for northern facilities and that sort of thing. I'm wondering, what is the department's response to that correspondence? Is it something that we're looking into, or is it something that we're looking to enable communities to do? What is the response from the department with regard to that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go to my Deputy Minister in a bit here, but as the member had mentioned, obviously we do have to comply to national building codes. And he mentioned fire, safety, electrical. And really what it comes down to is the safety of our residents. And we want to make sure that they're safe when we're looking at building new infrastructure. The work that we're continuing to do, obviously you want to make, obviously we started really complying most lately, but we are doing some great work within MACA over the last few years to make sure that we are compliant. And I know there has been some issues from contractors and other people in the north. I'll get a little bit more detail. I'll ask my Deputy Minister to speak, but we have started really working on making sure that we are compliant here in the north. And what it really comes down to Mr. Chair, is the safety of residents, and that's what we want to ensure. A little bit more detail, I'll go to my Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As members know, the department, one of its mandate items was an update of the Fire Prevention Act, and you may have noticed that we have delayed the work on that into the next assembly, and this topic is part of the reason for that. As we had started our first phase of review of that act, one of the biggest things we noted was issues around the whole plan review fire inspection function and how that relates to functions that are within the Department of Infrastructure, but also functions that operate at the city level within their development approval process. And it became clear that we need to do some additional work in that area before we bring that legislation forward, because there is some problem solving to do about how all of those things work together. So I do anticipate that those conversations will continue this summer as we work with stakeholders about what to do specifically around the Fire Protection Act, but I expect the broader building plan review, building approval process will become part of that conversation, and we will be bringing that information forward for changes in the Act in the next Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Nothing further from committee. I will call this activity Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, Operations Expenditure Summary, $2,166,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Moving on to activity 3, Directorate, pages 338 to 341. Municipal and Community Affairs, Directorate. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think this is the part of the department that is responsible for, as it says here, overall direction and planning. This is a big department in that they've got a whole bunch of legislative responsibilities that include things like the consumer protection, and a number of other areas that I just can't put my fingers on. But legislation coming out the other end hasn't been very quick. I know the previous minister had talked about sort of a legislative priority setting exercise to look at the big backlog that's of requirements in terms of legislative change. I haven't seen anything happening over the last several months that I'm aware of. Is this something that's still going on within the department to help set legislative priorities? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, we do have a list of legislation through the department. Obviously, we want to prioritize them. We have one before a standing committee and right now, and it's something that we'll continue to work on. As I mentioned, the department, we only have so much resources to do the work that we can. There is a list of legislation that needs to be done, and that we are working on it. When we did get the mandates from the 18th Legislative Assembly, it did take away some of our resources to focus on getting this mandate done. But at the same time, as you heard earlier, that we are continuing to work with municipalities on addressing some of the issues there. So it is a challenge to get all this done, but I just want to inform the member that we do have a list of legislation that will need to get done, and we're doing the best that we can in that area. I think 911 is one of the areas that we are focusing on, and appreciate the committee for working with us on that, and looking forward to getting that one passed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I recognize the good work that the department has done in terms of implementing are beginning to implement 911, and I commend them for that. But there's a number of other things here. The Fire Prevention Act, Senior Citizens and Disabled Persons Property Tax Relief Act, Home Ownership Property Tax Rebate Act, Consumer Protection Act, further changes to the City, Towns and Villages Act. The Minister knows the backlog better than I. Does the department have a process for setting priorities amongst those? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I mentioned, I know that there's a lot of acts within this department that need to be addressed. I think 911 is going to be one that is going to be very successful, and one that we're going to monitor and evaluate as it proceeds. Yes, we do have a plan based on our resources that we can address some of these legislation priorities. We'll deal with them the best that we can. I know during business plans we did have questions whether or not our department was resourced well enough to address some of these issues. And as I just previously mentioned, we're doing the best that we can with the resources that we have. And I know there are some concerns. I know we're going into a new election this fall, and we do have a transition committee, and that if there's any legislation that members would like to see moved forward into the next committee, the next government, that encourage them to bring them forward. We only have about 7 months until the writ is dropped, and I know some of our committees have a lot of bills on their plate at the moment, but we do have a plan. We're working on it. We're doing the best that we can with the resources that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can the Minister share that plan with the Standing Committee? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we're working on this legislation, once we have a document done, we will share it with committee, and we'll make sure that it's shared before the transition documents are completed, so that the next government that comes in knows what legislation is needed to be completed within our department. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would want to thank the Minister for that commitment. Look forward to seeing the priorities that the department has set for legislative change, and that will be a very helpful and interesting document to look at for transition planning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you. Municipal and Community Affairs Directorate, Operations Expenditure Summary 3, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One comment and then one question here in this area here. First of all, I'd like to commend the department for making progress on long overdue legislation updates, and that you have completed Bill 1, the Western Lottery Act, Bill 8, the Emergency Measures Management Act, Bill 18, an act to amend the Cities and Town and Village Act, and you're now close to doing 911, so I'm very happy with that. It's long overdue, and I give kudos to the department and the staff for doing a great job in that there. The departmental consultations with partners in development of legislation is important, but the department should bear in mind that the proposed legislation is also consulted on by the Standing Committee. So has the department given any consideration to what it should be doing to assist community governments to understand their responsibilities under the amended Privacy Commission, the ATEP Act? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned previously, I have met with the executive for N.W.T. That was a agenda item that we had discussed, and I know it is a bill that's under the Department of Justice. Also appreciate the members' comments about the bills that we have passed. For the Department of MACA, this is the most bills that have ever been passed during one term of government, and we're continuing to work on that plan, and that we will share with members before the end of this legislation. But yes, we have been meeting with our stakeholders, and I know that I'd say probably the city of Yellowknife has probably the biggest concern with ATIP moving forward, and we got to make sure that they have the proper training, that they have the proper resources to do ATIP, and moving forward, those are the discussions that we have had. So we'll see how that applies. Maybe for a little bit further detail in the work that has been done, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll go to my Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Ms. Young?
Very quickly, our intention is to work with the Department of Justice and create a working group of community government stakeholders to talk about what an implementation plan will look like under the new legislation, because the legislation allows us to bring communities in under regulation. The plan is to work with communities to identify what training will be required, what other capacity may need to be done in terms of creation of filing systems, et cetera, and what resources may be impacted with communities with the implementation of ATIP, and put a plan in place for communities. So we're starting with a working group to flesh out what all of those details will be, and then we'll come back with a recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you. Hopefully just one quick follow-up here. So has the department started looking at developing a course or a training program that will be able to help municipalities deal with ATIP? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this moment, no, but we will be something that we will have to look at addressing and providing. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I mean, we only have so many resources within our department to provide the services, but it is something that we have taken into serious consideration, that when ATIP goes through, that we're going to be one of the partners at the table that's going to be providing the training for our municipal governments. So we will definitely be doing that. So I just want to ensure the member that it's something that our department will be undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've heard the minister beat the dead horse, but this is a new thing that we as the government of Northwest Territories are imposing onto the municipal government. So I appreciate the minister and understanding we have short resources in that, but we have to make sure we were prepared. And I'm hoping, and I'm going to take the minister's word for it, that we are actually going to start looking at this to develop a course that people are able to take. So that will be my last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a comment from Mr. Thompson. Seeing nothing further. Oh, the minister would like to respond. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we will continue to work with the Department of Justice to address some of these concerns and look at how we can offset some of the training costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Municipal and Community Affairs Directorate. Operations Expenditure Summary, $3,805,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Please continue to the next activity. Activity 4, pages 342 to 345, Public Safety. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the department if they could maybe provide us a little bit of insight on communications as it relates to emergencies or safety matters. 2014-15, we had very significant forest fires. And, I just remember at the time that between MACA, ENR, who would be responsible for fighting the fires, and then say infrastructure, would be responsible for highways and what have you that might be inhibited by the fires. It was often a bit of a challenge to understand who was leading communications, how communications were being done, and can the department maybe explain a little bit about what their communications plans are when it comes to emergency response? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the comment, because one of the things that we're really focusing on is community emergency management plans and making sure that our communities are following, doing an annual practice. We're also working with the federal government on some of these disaster mitigation plans, looking for funding to push through that. Really, based on the region where the emergency might occur. We work with our superintendents. We do have a staff that members met when we did our 911 presentation the other day that are on top of things. So as a resident of the N.W.T. and as minister responsible, I am pretty confident that we do get the information out to all of our communities that are experiencing any type of emergencies. Work very closely with our superintendents, and we do have a strong response. The main thing, and something that we're going to be focusing on, is the emergency management plans with our communities. We do have communities that are at flood risk, but also other communities. Well, you never know when we're going to get big fires like we did in 2014, and I think it was an interdepartmental focus within that government to get that information out through Twitter, through Facebook, and I think we all saw that as well as on our websites, that information. And then a little bit more further detail, maybe I'll ask our Mr. Showerty to add a little bit more.
Thank you, Mr. Showerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to the answer provided by the minister, and following the 2014 wildfire season, we did do an after-action review out of that event, and one of the major things as it relates to communications coming out of our analysis of that event is that we've worked very closely with corporate communications and the Department of Finance to establish a protocol around how communications would exist in the event of an emergency. Very clearly, until an emergency event occurs, communications for all of the respective mandate areas are the responsibility of individual departments. So using the example provided by the member, Department of Infrastructure would have responsibility for road notices or any of those kind of things. Once an emergency event has occurred, and we're in the process of declaring a state of emergency, then our emergency management organization kicks in under the Territorial Emergency Plan. And it's then that organization that will coordinate communications on behalf of our government in an integrated, consolidated fashion, so that when we're in an emergency event, we are speaking with one voice about all matters related to government services. So it really is the trigger point. The key is whether or not a state of emergency is declared. At that point, that's when MACA would take the primary role on communications. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further from committee, Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to ask about the Consumer Affairs program. Can we get a bit more detail on how this appropriation supports consumer rights in the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Mr. Showerty.
Municipal and Community Affairs administers the Consumer Protection Act. The role of the department really is a role of advocacy. We do encourage consumers to raise their own complaints around how they may be treated within the business community, or how they might have financially been impacted. When a resident reaches a point where they feel that they may not be able to address a consumer issue on their own, the department could certainly have some kind of role where we could have some kind of negotiated process between the person that may be bringing a issue forward and the vendor or the person that they may have an issue with. We don't have any binding authority under the Consumer Protection Act to regulate in this area or to render judgment one way or the other. So really our role is in terms of advocacy or negotiating some kind of mutual agreement between individual resident or a vendor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Testart.
So thank you for that thorough description. I appreciate having a clear understanding of it, but what kind of advocacy is done then if there's no binding authority in the Act? I mean, if a consumer feels that they've been treated unfairly, what can they do? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something that we can really put some more work in. What I can, and I just asked my deputy minister here, but what I can provide members is the amount of consumer affairs concerns that we have had, how they've been dealt with, and then also making sure that we can, I guess you could say, do more of an advocacy role on our websites and through our regional offices.
Mr. Showerty.
Certainly, yeah, as the minister suggested, we could continue to provide more communication about our role. I think in respect to the question raised by the member, I would cite one example that our Consumer Affairs Office did when concerns about gas prices were brought to our attention in the department. And so through that Consumer Affairs unit, we undertook an analysis of gas prices in the Northwest Territories in market communities. We did see there were certain vendors who continued to keep their gas prices at the same price forever, regardless of what they might have been paying for the commodity. And so you really wondered about whether or not there's an active market economy going on where you would expect gas prices to fluctuate. As a result of our investigation in this area, we went and met with a number of vendors, and we specifically talked to them about how they set their gas prices. And it was actually an interesting example of having the government go and meet with vendors. We actually started to see fluctuation within the gas price markets as a result of our intervention in that case. So sometimes it's as simple as the government asking questions and raising concerns on behalf of the resident that compels the vendors to perhaps adjust how they're setting prices or things like that. So that's an example, Mr. Chair, of how we would apply advocacy on behalf of a resident. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Testart.
How many people or positions are employed by this program? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And from my understanding, in terms of the staff positions, it is less than one position. So it's something that we do need to look at and address. As I've said, moving forward, we do have a lot of responsibilities. We've taken a lot of work on. This is most legislation we've done, so our resources are stretched. I wouldn't say pretty thin, but we're doing the best with the resources that we do have within this department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A dead horse is taking a beating tonight. Mr. Testart.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the minister's response indicates, a bit of sheepishness around this activity. The actuals, if you look at the budget document, the actuals from 17-18 of 233,000, and it's down to 150. So not only is clearly the department took a look at this function and cut the available resources, and that might have been because of fiscal discipline exercise or an austerity measure. I'm not questioning that. What I'm questioning is our government's commitment to the Consumer Protection Act when we have less than a person working on this advocacy. We just heard one of our witnesses give a very good reason why this is an important function and the department's past success in this. So why aren't we seeing more resources being put in this for a government that has a stated mandate of controlling the cost of living, which is correlated with competition rates in the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will continue to keep this as a priority and a focus within the departments. And as I had mentioned, that this is something that we'll continue to work with and see if it's get that information out of how many concerns that we have had. And I did tell them, the member, that we will get that information to all members and see how many complaints that we get every year. We will also work with our regional offices to get this information out on consumer protection for our consumers, to let them know what they're entitled to. So, like any other program, I think this is one that needs to be looked at and evaluated and monitored. And we will commit to, I will commit to doing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart.
Why was the first? Thank the minister for looking into it. I think the point here is, if we have legislation that protects consumers and has had proven success in the past in doing that, then we should be looking at how we can advance that. I don't think a lot of people know about their rights under that act or what the department does in this regards. I'd like to know why the appropriation has been reduced this year, or why the budget has been reduced for this function this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Showerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understand the question correctly from the member, he's referring to the 2017-2018 actual of $233,000. That represents what the department spent in that activity during that fiscal year. The $150,000 is what we have proposed in our budget. So there is no reduction per se, Mr. Chair, but the activity in 2017-18 represents an over expenditure in that activity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Testart.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. That's thank you for that clarification. Okay, so if yeah, okay, I see that now. All right, so what explains the increase? What was the additional spending? Thank you.
Thank you. Does the department have that information, Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently, we don't have that detail. I will make sure that staff get that information for the member, and we'll share it with the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Testart?
No, nothing further. Noting the clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The main estimates include a budget of $1.417 million for the first year of operations of 911 emergency services. Can you please give the members a breakdown of this figure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and as I mentioned when we went before standing committee, there are going to be some positions that need to be put in place. So we're going to be looking at emergency medical dispatchers, a emergency system officer, a manager, as well as just premiums for shift work that people will have to do. There's also ongoing operation costs, such as program requirements of example, leasing spaces, communication, and obviously our information technology systems. And then obviously there's going to be one-time startup costs that are initial training, as well as signage. I could give this document with a specific breakdown to members of what this is going to entail. As all members know, this is before the House, and I know we'll hopefully pass the reading in the clause-by-clause in the next little while. But we will share that detailed information with members. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, and I greatly appreciate the minister's willingness to share that information for us. What does the department estimate the ongoing annual cost of this service to be moving forward? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I had mentioned in standing committee when we did do the presentation, that we are going to be doing a reporting system as well as evaluating the program itself. As it is going to be in the first year of operations, we really don't know. And as we evaluate the program, we'll have a better understanding of what those costs are going to be, and definitely going through the process of putting it in the, what we're doing right now through the budgetary system. But right now, it's really not sure what we're going to be looking at, but if we're going to put it on average, it'd be about $232,000 a year, but $1.2 million a year. And we'll be, like you said, we'll be evaluating this program. Who knows on how many calls we'll get, but that's a commitment we made. We'll do the evaluation.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving on to another area here. I'd like to acknowledge the budget contains $185,000 for ground ambulance and highway rescue. I thank the Minister and the Department for ensuring funding for this important service that benefits everybody who travels on N.W.T. highway. Has the Department given any consideration to how needs in this area are going to grow as a result of the highway construction projects that are underway or in the planning stages for the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is something that has really taken the forefront over the last couple of years in terms of how we provide ground ambulance and highway rescue. With the new infrastructure that's being proposed, obviously we're going to be taking that into consideration. Safety, protection and safety of our residents, that not even our residents, but people that travel throughout the north, even our tourists. We want to make sure that they're able to feel safe driving on our highway systems. And as members know, we did put out an RFP to get some work done. That didn't work out initially as planned, and we are focused on getting that report completed. But this is something that, like I said, I'm sure we're going to hear this weekend when we sit down with the N.W.T. Association of Communities. But obviously, any new infrastructure that we build in the Northwest Territories is something that we're going to focus on, and how can we address that. Just for a heads up, we were just recently at a FTP meeting in Edmonton on emergencies, and we did make sure that this was a priority that we did lobby and focus on the federal government to come and see how we live and travel in the north, and that it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for that. Yeah, I totally agree that we have all this new infrastructure, and with new infrastructure comes issues such as accidents that happen, especially with tourists. They don't understand that you come up with a bike we're on gravel highways in some of the parts. So I'm looking forward to the department and hearing how we can actually enhance this, because I know from my riding, the community of Fort Simpson is actually the one that looks after it. And, you know, it's a huge cost to them, and they work on it. So, and they're very good at it. So I have to give them credit for that. So I thank the minister and the department, and there'll be no further questions for me in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Municipal and Community Affairs, Public Safety Operations Expenditure Summary, $2,931,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Moving on to Activity 5, Regional Operations. This can be found on pages 346 to 350. Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's talk about the community government funding formula that currently has the $32 million gap. A strategy, the minister's committed to a strategy. That strategy has been committed to for quite some time. Can we get more details on that strategy and any costs associated with it? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tester. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As members are aware, I did give a minister's statement earlier today about the work that we are doing with municipalities and trying to address that gap. I have said it openly to all members here this afternoon that really don't think we're going to be able to address that gap during this government, and not tying the hands of any future governments. And we will have a strategy, as one of the members asked earlier today, that we will have that strategy report ready for tabling in the May-June sitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Mr. Tester.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get at what I think is the real heart of this issue. This is not a shortfall created by any other calculation than the one that the N.W.T has created for itself to follow with consultation from the N.W.T.A.C. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tester. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a government, we have a lot of priorities. You look at every department that we have discussions with, whether it's health and social services, education, housing, and obviously our partnerships that we have with MACA. This is something that we have been working on since 2014. And as I have mentioned, Mr. Chair, that I have had chats with the executive of the N.W.T.A.C. And have a good understanding that, you know, this is something that's going to be hard to fix in terms of the funding gap, but we have made some really significant improvements in terms of the work that has been done to address the needs of some of our municipalities, and just be forefront. A lot of these priorities are really coming out of our bigger centers. And how do we work in fixing and addressing some of our issues with our small communities? And this is something that needs to be discussed, and I'm sure we're going to have a really good, heartfelt discussion this weekend when we sit down with our mayor and councillors and our elected officials with N.W.T.A.C. this weekend. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Mr. Tester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Standing Committee on Government Operations, which has oversight over this department, has also spoken with many municipal leaders in the course of our consultations on various pieces of legislation. And one consistent message that comes back to the committee every time we consult on a new feature, a new authority that the municipalities are getting is this municipal funding gap and the need to fill it. you can have as many conversations as you want, but it's not going away. And I think a strategy, unless the strategy is a costed strategy that indicates incremental funding year on year until the gap is closed, we're never going to get away from this problem. So I'll ask, does this strategy come with any dollars attached to it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testard. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think the member said it very well, that it's going to be hard to close the gap, working with our municipalities. We do have a strategy to address the issue. I was open with members today when I answered questions in the House, as well as made my member statement, and this is going to be the same dialogue that I do have with the N.W.T. Association of Communities. Within this government, we have 7 months left. I don't think we're going to be able to close that gap, but we have made significant impacts to address some of the needs of our municipal, with our municipality governments. And we'll continue to work with them and continue to support them. I think all that information was outlined in the statement that I gave earlier today, and we'll continue to work with the municipal governments to address this issue. And as I mentioned to the members, that we will be tabling a strategy in the May-June sitting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Mr. Tester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to be very clear. I don't fault the department for this gap. I think the department, we've heard a great deal from this department over my time in the legislature about how they struggle with their appropriations at times, and that members are asking for additional resources that they simply do not have. And I see this more as a political decision, and it's a decision to fund other priorities, and I think the minister has said something similar to that. My big problem with that is this is not a request that's come forward. This is not a third party or a project, a major infrastructure project that people are asking for that doesn't exist. This is an outstanding commitment that the N.W.T. has committed itself to in funding this formula. And I'm really confused as to why it's so hard to get that across. You have a funding formula that you worked very hard with community stakeholders to produce, that says, what the appropriate funding is per community throughout the Northwest Territories, and it's not being funded at that level. So the only appropriate course to take is to either fund it incrementally so we know when the gap's going to be plugged, or to rebalance the formula so it's more realistically achievable through the means of this government. Saying when our revenues increase, we'll be able to fund communities appropriately according to our own formula. Well, I mean, you could say when our revenues increase, we'll build all of our infrastructure projects as well. That's obvious. We have an obligation. We've committed to filling that obligation, and we're simply not doing it. 8 million out of 32 or to 40 million is not very much in the grand scheme of things. And these dollars, especially the infrastructure dollars, go directly to stimulating local economies, and not just in larger centers, but in smaller communities as well. This is money that's vitally important for the health and well-being of our local economies. And they employ people, create jobs, and create prosperity. It's crucial that we plug this gap and not just keep talking about it. We've been talking about it for 3 years. And it is a priority, and it's more than a priority. It's the fiduciary responsibility of this minister and this government. So a strategy is not going to cut it for this member. I don't think a strategy is going to cut it for the communities that are looking for this additional funding. We need to do a better job, and this budget fails in this regard. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tester. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know the member spoke for all the communities across the Northwest Territories, first of all. Secondly, stimulating economy. Sorry? Yeah. Secondly, it's about stimulating economy. It's about addressing core needs that our communities have. Filling the gap, as I mentioned earlier, when we look at what those gaps are, it's really the bigger centers, Yellowknife, Hay River, Inuvik Smith. We also got to make sure that we take care of our smaller communities, Mr. Chair. The member spoke on it, and he said realities of where our economy is right now, what our revenues are right now in the N.W.T, and we got to make sure that we make the best decisions across the Northwest Territories in terms of how we address this community government funding. As we go through this budget, just want to remind the member that we also have other priorities: health and social services, education, and housing, for one, my other portfolio. So just wanted to mention that. But really, when we come down to it, it's our core needs for our communities across the Northwest Territories. We will be releasing a strategy May, June, and in my minister's statement, I did mention that over the last 4 years, there's been an increase of about $8 million, working with our municipalities and our leadership to adjust the priorities and needs that they have as well. So we're continuing to work with our stakeholders, and we will continue to work with our stakeholders moving forward to address these needs and priorities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Next on the list, we have Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's my turn to beat a dead horse. This is an issue that I've brought up in this House many times. I brought it up one-on-one with ministers in their offices. I brought it up as we're walking home after work, and it is a lack of available land for development in Hay River. And I know the minister is well aware of this. I see ads in the paper every week put in there by the Housing Corporation looking for land to purchase in Hay River. I talked to the health authority, and they can't recruit doctors and nurses to move to Hay River because there's no places for them to live. The cost of rent is in many cases equal to what rent is in Yellowknife. We have a lack of housing. The land has been cleared years ago. It's ready to be developed, but there's no one who's able to develop it right now. And I want to lay this out so everyone knows why this is the case, because people say, oh, well, if there's houses, if there's a demand for housing in Hay River, a developer would step up and develop the land. In Hay River, we have the high-rise, and I know the minister is familiar with the high-rise. I think there's 100 units or something, and a lot of them are vacant. I think most of them are vacant. And so when a bank looks at that, they say, oh, you have a high vacancy rate in your community. Also, you're in the Northwest Territories, you're a remote community. For those two reasons, we have no interest in lending you money to develop land, that we don't see any payback in that. And so it's not like developers can just go to a bank, get a loan, and develop this property. And I've talked to multiple developers, different sizes in Hay River, and I hear the same thing from all of them. And so what is needed is for the town to develop this land. But what's required is some money. Well, they're just looking for, I believe, an extension on their borrowing limit to fund development. And as the lots are developed and sold, that money would be paid back. But I don't see anything in this section here that would lead me to believe that that's happening. And this is not just in the town's best interest. This is in the best interest of the Northwest Territories. The N.W.T wants to build a 48-bed long-term care facility. The Minister of Health has indicated that would be 60 jobs in Hay River. Those aren't all going to be people from town. People will have to move to Hay River. If they all bring maybe a spouse and a child, you could be looking at 200 people for that one project. If 200 people move to Hay River, they need to live somewhere. Right now, there's nowhere for them to live. And if 200 people move to the Northwest Territories, that's $6.5 million in annual transfer payments from the federal government that the N.W.T would receive. We also have a fish processing plant that the government is committed to build. I think there's a couple dozen jobs there. There's a pellet mill that looks promising. I think there's another 60 jobs there at least. And then there's Pine Point Mines, which could go through. We're looking at, we could have 1,000 people in the South Slave for the next few years if these projects go through. But right now they have nowhere to live. we might see the mine setting up a camp instead of setting up in the community or having people buy homes in the community, which would mean more fly-in, fly-out workers. And so I'm highlighting this once again for everyone because this is an important issue, not just for Hay River, but for the territory. We have an opportunity to support a community and support economic growth in the territory, something that we always talk about. And I don't see it in this budget. I know that the minister has met with the town, and I understand that there's some next steps that are being taken. And so I'd like to know if the minister could let me know what the timeline is for those next steps and when we can expect a positive response to this request. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the long question there, Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the member is correct. We did have a meeting with the last administration and most currently with the new administration and the new mayor and her staff. I'd say the next steps is we did give some direction for the interdepartmental group committee to work with the staff over with the town of Hay River and get us some information before we can make any decisions. So really there isn't a timeline that I can commit to, but I will inform the member that we have had those discussions and it is something that we have discussed, and one of the discussions is also looking at a phased-in approach in terms of what is needed in Hay River. On the other side of things with the housing issue, I know that we are working with the same thing with the community to address looking at the community housing needs and plans should certain things happen. But really, we need to make sure that should other things are confirmed with all the economy and industry, but also, like I mentioned, just continue those discussions on what is needed right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the answer. I'd like a timeline. I'd like to see this happen within the life of this assembly. The town doesn't have money to develop the area they want to, but they do have money to knock down probably the most beautiful green space in Hay River and build a few lots there, and I think that's the plan if this doesn't go through. And so it's going to affect the quality of life of residents there. You know, we have this beautiful trail system, kilometers of trail through the forest, right on the river, that is going to get bulldozed to make room for this much needed housing. So can I get a commitment from the minister to, I guess I'm not even sure what I'm looking for a commitment for. Because this has been going on so long, and I don't want to rush them through it because I want to make sure this is done right. But I need this done, we need this done sooner than later. So, yeah, so this would have to be, I'm just working this through here. So this would have to be done through a supplementary appropriations, I guess. How about this? Can I get a commitment that we'll get this funding done in the life of this assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Minister Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I mentioned, we do have a interdepartmental committee that is working with the staff and the mayor of Hay River. We have to wait till we see what comes out of those discussions. I can't commit to a timeline. This is interdepartmental commitment, so I'll have to also chat with my cabinet colleagues on moving forward. What I can let the member know that we have had those discussions. We'll continue to have those discussions, and moving forward, we'll see what our next steps are, and we'll keep the member informed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Moses. Next, we have Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During business plans, the minister advised the committee that the department would be undertaking a review of the North Slave Regional Office and look at service delivery requirements and needs of the community government. So has the department started this work? Thank you. I'll leave it.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, we are looking at getting that work done. We did have some of our senior management at headquarters that were very busy, and I made sure that that we are addressing those issues with the member and the concerns that he brought forward, and we'll get that information to the member well as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister give us a timeline when he feels that will be done? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister? Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and as we are debating the budget here, that we definitely will get it done in 1920, but sooner that we can get it done, the better. That way we can continue to provide services to the South Slave region, and as committed to other members, I'll make sure the member is kept up to date on how we are moving forward on this. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think I may have provided the wrong information to the minister there. I was talking about the North Slave Regional Office, and so he kind of answered my second question, so I'll go ask the North Slave question then. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister?
Same answer for the South Slave. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Okay, so that's the answer. So in regards to the South Slave region and that, and I did have a meeting with the minister and a commitment to get information on certain positions. When will that information be brought forward to myself? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know I have had meetings with the member on certain concerns that he has brought forward. We did get our staff to start working on addressing those positions, and as soon as we do have a plan, we will share that with the members so that he can share it with his constituents and the communities that that office represents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's all my questions for this section. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Testart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that pursuant to Rule 6(2) of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly, the Committee of the Whole continue to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment for the purpose of concluding the item under consideration, table document 322-18(3), main estimates 2019-20, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion on the floor. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. We will sit beyond 6 p.m. to conclude this item. This item. Yeah. Comments or questions? Regional operations? Seeing none, I'll call this activity. Municipal and Community Affairs, Regional Operations, Operations Expenditure Summary, $90,899,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Moving quickly to the final activity, or rather activity 6, School of Community Government, pages 351 to 354. Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Government, Operations Expenditure Summary. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can the minister tell us whether there's any new courses, programs, modules, whatever, related to access to information for municipal governments as part of the 2019-20 budget for the School of Community Government? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As previously said, we're still waiting for the the bill to pass through and working with our municipal governments on an implementation plan. We got to look at the resources. We got to look at the types of training, and we are going to be playing a pretty major role in this, and we want to make sure that we do it right. So we have been having those discussions, and concerns have been brought up by specifically the city of Yellowknife, and at this moment we don't have one right now, but we are going to be looking at the creating an implementation plan for this act. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I sort of wish that I could be a fly in the wall at the N.W.T meetings this weekend, where I think this is going to be raised. So I'm a bit surprised that the department hasn't sort of done some pre-planning around this. So is it safe to say then that the minister will be bringing forward or requesting a supplementary appropriation to put some additional resources into the school community government with regard to access to information for a little later this year? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as this is a new piece of legislation, we're going to be, like any other new legislation or programs, initiatives that we're doing, we're going to be evaluating, monitoring. As this might take over a few years, we will be looking at that. Right now, I don't think we do need a supplementary appropriation. We will be working with our municipal governments to see how we can support them and support them within the department. And who knows what kind of requests we can get through ATIP. And that's something that we're going to have to monitor to ensure that we do have the resources available for all our municipalities and provide the training, and on our side, providing the proper resources to get that passed through. Thank you, Mr. And through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll ask my DM for a little bit more detail.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to clarify that the way that the Act is drafted, the communities don't have to come under immediately. We would be creating an implementation plan with a timeline for when communities would come online. So in preliminary discussions, we don't anticipate that to be in 1920. We do anticipate that to be a little further out so that we can plan for the needs for resourcing and training as part of that implementation plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's all my questions. I just think that the department's going to have to seek some additional resources to assist communities in terms of the implementation of this important piece of legislation, and I look forward to dealing with a supplementary appropriation later this year. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Government, Operations Expenditure Summary, $2,860,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Please turn to page 356, final activity, sport, recreation, and youth. Seeing nothing from committee. Oh, Mr. Thompson.
Almost there, Mr. Chair. I'll just stand up and make sure I get recognized. Thank you. Mr. Chair, talking about the NGO Stabilization Fund, I'd like, first of all, to thank the Minister and Cabinet for the significant increase in the funding, which has been seen, it's doubled, so I think that's an amazing feat, and I thank them for that. I understand the department is undertaking an evaluation of the NGO Stabilization Fund to ensure that the funding is being distributed accordingly to the policy, including seeking input from past funding recipients when the work is done. When does the department intend to undertake this work? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The evaluation process for the NGO Stabilization Fund would and will include interviews with and input by previous applicants, whether they were successful or unsuccessful. That's something that we heard clear during the business plan review. We're hoping that this review will be completed by early summer, and any changes, potential changes to the policy would obviously take effect in the next fiscal year. We did hear committee's concerns. Appreciate that committee did support and supports the program, and now we are happy that we did get an increase for this fiscal year. But the evaluation, we will be working on that, and like I said, hopefully have some changes to present to committee early this summer, and then may have those changes made in the next fiscal year. Next government, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson, or Mr. Chair. Oh. So does the department, are they going to do it internally or externally for the evaluation? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It will be external. We will be going to an RFP for this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. And I believe the minister has already committed to bringing the findings back to the standing committee and any proposed changes. So can I just get that confirmation again from the minister? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, I will commit to bringing that information to committee as soon as we receive it, and it'll probably be something that the next government is going to have to deal with in terms of applications for the next funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, my favorite topic with this department, multi-sport games. I think I've asked this question for every business plan here. So again, it's disappointing to see that there's no appropriation for multi-sports games in this budget. Will the department be providing any funding in this moving forward? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier in the session, I did answer questions from another member in terms of multi-sports funding and games, and we did say that we did earmark funding for the Arctic Winter Games as well as the Western Canada Games. I know there's other multi-sport games within the Northwest Territories that do need to be addressed, and I have brought it up to my cabinet colleagues, and any other funding to address those games would be brought forward through a supplementary appropriation.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so are we seeing this as a budget line? Or it's going to be a sup, but then it's going to be a budget line every year afterwards? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little bit more clarity. Obviously, we would try to look at finding the funding within our department to adjust those games. First of all, before we went to a supplementary appropriation, really it's year to year, and that's a discussion that I would have to bring forward to my cabinet colleagues, and cannot make that commitment at this time. But as the member knows, we both work together with sport, recreation, and youth, and we know the importance of these games. So it's something that we will be moving forward with, and if we do need to bring us up forward for games going forward, that's something we'll do. But I can't commit the next government, because this is the 1920 budget. I can't commit the next government to dollars moving forward.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Okay, thank you. And I understand you can't make a commitment, but I was hoping that it would be a budget line in future years moving down there. So can the minister tell us how much is going to be moving forward with the SUP? Thank you. Or is it going to be in a calculation what is going forward? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it would have to be calculated on the type of games, where the games are going to be held, and who's all going to be involved. So I can't make that commitment or give a dollar figure at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish we could get more information on that, but I understand. As you got to do your homework before making tell us how much it is. So I'll move on to my next topic is with youth leadership strategy. I understand the department intends to renew its youth leadership strategy in 1920. What will this work involve? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we will be renewing the strategy for 1920. We will be working with also looking at creating a N.W.T. Youth Advisory Group is one thing that we're looking at during this process. Obviously, it falls under one of our commitments. We do have funding that's in place for certain programs. As the member is well aware, obviously, Children and Youth Resiliency Program, regional youth sporting events, working with our youth centers, youth corps, youth contribution programs, and this is something that we're definitely going to be working with our partners in terms of developing a strategy moving forward. We really want to definitely hear from people that are on the front lines and not creating a strategy from government alone, but making sure that everyone that's had a stake in working with youth over the years, and you as chair of standing committee who's worked a number of years in with youth, definitely has that input in moving forward. Once the strategy is drafted, we will obviously share it with committee to get input and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the minister talked about a youth council and that, and he did talk about it in the House. So what work has been done? Is it just still been in the preliminary stages, or we have actually seen work being moved forward on this area? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we always continue to support our partners, stakeholders that do work and have youth representatives, whether it's in sport, recreation, or other youth initiatives. We continue to support our partners, whether it's territorial or national, moving forward. This is something that was brought up in the May-June sitting on developing a council. I know the federal government has a strong interest into this, and it's something that we are starting to move on. In terms of an update, I'd have to get more detail in terms of where we are with that. We do need to develop this strategy first and then start looking at this youth council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, closing.
Yeah, just a quick comment here, or question. Will the minister share the update with us as soon as he gets it from the department? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Briefly, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you've heard, and as we've deliberated through the MAC department, there's a lot going on within our department right now, and as soon as we get that information and are able to focus on this area and have the good work, as you know, a lot of our staff are currently down at the Canada Winter Games. That I'm sure once that slows down, we'll be able to put more focus on the youth strategy, as well as getting that youth council together. And definitely, as soon as we get that information, we will be sharing with committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that commitment. Next, Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the minister knows that a little while ago I raised in this House the issue with regard to the N.W.T. SPCA making applications, or at least inquiries to apply for the non-government organization stabilization funding. And so I appreciate, I'm not going to make any kind of monetary ask here today on behalf of that organization, but I do want to get some clarification where I can. I think first of all, we can recognize that the SPCA does provide a number of services, and they provide it to over 30 communities in the territory. This is an organization that raises somewhere in the neighborhood of about $600,000 a year in revenue, but they also generate about $800,000 a year in expenses. So the difference is covered by donations and by in-kind services and volunteer fundraising, and they have to do that year over year, and if they don't, then they're at risk of closing their doors and then not being able to provide these critical services. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, interestingly enough, the Northwest Territories, or the government of the Northwest Territories has what's called a Dog Act, in fact. So it's a 15-page act that describes within it things relevant to duty of care, dogs in distress, abandoned dogs, protection of dogs, custody of dogs, veterinarian services, and interim custody. These are a lot of the services that sometimes end up falling on the lap of the SPCA when owners disregard their dogs, or for whatever variety of reasons there's the need for attention for these animals. And so I guess the point what I'm trying to raise is that how can an organization that I think most people would agree is really providing such good and critical services to our territory not be eligible to apply for stabilization funding? Now, the answer is that one of the criteria says that if in Yellowknife, you must be receiving $50,000 or more in funding from N.W.T annually. So I find it difficult to understand how shall the SPCA get other funding from other departments, doing work for other departments, I suppose, to make themselves eligible to get stabilization funding. Can the chair, or can the minister at least start maybe on providing us some insight on how an organization like the N.W.T SPCA can work its way toward being eligible for stabilization funding? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Van Thyn. It's a little off topic asking the minister to talk about funding sources from other departments, but I'll give the minister a chance to respond here. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the member knows, and we had a good back and forth there last week on this topic, that the N.W.T did provide a one-time funding source for the SPCA. We also know that it is a responsibility of the municipalities. I did commit to the member when we did have this question that I will be bringing it up this weekend to the N.W.T.A.C. As it is a concern, not only here in Yellowknife, but right across the Northwest Territories. And we do appreciate the work that the N.W.T. SPCA does, and we'll continue to find ways, if there's other funding sources. I know we have met with them. If there's other funding sources that they can apply to, that we'd be more than willing to share that information with them. And as I mentioned, Mr. Chair, I did commit that this weekend, when I do sit down with the membership of the N.W.T.A.C., that I will be bringing this forward and seeing how we can find a solution. And I'll make sure I follow up on that commitment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Van Thyn.
All right, well, that is greatly appreciated, and I hope that it can be some meaningful discussions that actually result in a path forward for the SPCA to be able to access some degree of N.W.T funding. And with respect to the chair, it is outlined actually here in the criteria with regard to eligibility for the stabilization funding, that if in Yellowknife you have to receive $50,000 or more in funding from the N.W.T annually. So that's the reason why I raised it. I didn't mean to drag in other departments or whatever. I know you can't speak on their behalf. But I do know this much, and that is that the SPCA, while providing good services are not necessarily tied and or linked by contracts of any kind with municipalities. So that might be one of the things that you're going to want to raise with the N.W.T. Association with Communities. They are a standalone registered society, non-profit NGO, what have you, that provide a multitude of services, and not necessarily is it do they have links to the communities for which they provide services in. And so I think at the end of the day, one thing that you could suggest too is that, you know, while they're not receiving funds from any other government department, that actually could be considered a good thing, in that they're not being a burden on any of our, you know, financial, you know, on any of our finances, but that they would certainly appreciate getting supports that are similar to those that are given to NGOs through the stabilization funding. You know, NGOs, this will assist them with management, governance, organizational development, extraordinary operations. These are clearly things that an organization like the SPCA could use assistance with. And so one of the recommendations that I'll make, and you can take it if you like, is that I would suggest that in circumstances of where the consideration might be made, is that this $50,000 requirement of having to receive funds from other N.W.T. departments be scratched. Because I think we need to commend those NGOs that don't require assistance from the government if they're able to operate on their own. And but then when they come to us for a little bit of assistance, that we shouldn't be burdening them with the idea that, well, you've got to be receiving other N.W.T. funding to the extent of $50,000 in order to be eligible for this pot. So I would just ask that the minister and his department take that into consideration as they move into discussions with the communities and others with regard to potentially finding resources, funding resources for the SPCA. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Would the minister care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think all of Cabinet, I think all members have heard, and something that we could definitely look at the policy. I think a good news story on this one is that we have increased the funding to the NGO Stabilization Fund, but it's something that we do need to also look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bully. Is there anything further from Mr. Venth? Nothing further, Mr. Bulio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just need to clear something up in the response from the minister just now responding to the honourable member from Nehende. The minister said that if on the multi-sports thing, that they would look internally first before a supplementary appropriation was brought forward for the multi-sport section, which was deleted from a budget this year. We spent a lot of time as committee members talking about that, and we've talked to the Minister of Finance. We had an agreement that will be brought forward in a supplementary appropriation for the actuals. So I need that cleared up. We've gone back to with one response. The minister has put us back to where we're looking for the money internally. The committee, our committee, Priorities and Planning, and they had said that we didn't agree with that it had to be coming through a supplementary appropriation in order to move forward. That's what the Minister of Finance agreed with prior to starting the budget deliberations. I need the minister to clear that up for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for seeking more clarity on that. And yes, we would be looking at the supplementary appropriation for clarity. Yeah, confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Anything further from Mr. Bulio?
Okay, thank you. And I guess I didn't hear the full thing, but again, this is based on actual cost of the multi-sport events. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Bulio?
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bolio. Municipal and Community Affairs, Sport, Recreation and Youth, Operations Expenditure Summary, $5,442,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We have a couple information items at the end. Mr. Bolio, to the information item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on the information item on page number 362, referred to as Building Canada Plan Small Community Fund. My understanding is that Building Canada Plan has a different meaning for small community. My understanding is that small community fund is for communities over 10,000, under 100,000 population. I'd like to ask the minister if that is, my understanding is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, for the Northwest Territories Agreement, the Build Canada funding under the Small Communities Fund is available to all communities, and we have an allocation identified for each community under that funding program. So each community had access to that program under the agreement with the N.W.T. In southern Canada, it was only communities under 100,000 that were able to apply for Small Communities Fund, but we had a different interpretation for the bilateral in the north. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bolio.
Thank you. So that's what I said. I thought it was between under 100,000, but over 10,000. But so what the deputy is saying is that they've removed the bottom, so it's from 100,000 to 44. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that is correct. In terms of the Small Communities Fund, what I can do and will commit to is I'll share the information and the allocations of that funding with members so they know what they're getting, what their communities are getting in their ridings.
Thank you. Mr. Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe that if it's allocated to all the communities in the Northwest Territories, I'm fine with that. Don't necessarily need to see it in writing. A commitment here is sufficient as far as I'm concerned. Maybe if the minister wishes to share with other members, but I just knew that that was the criteria. Was at one point when we looked at this fund, when it first came out, the only community that was eligible for this was Yellowknife. And so at one point, all of the money in this fund went into Yellowknife. So since then, obviously, there's been a change at the federal level. And so I suppose that it's now going to all communities. If it's going to all communities, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Minister, would you like to respond at all?
If any of the members want to see the allocations for the riding, just send us an email, or actually we can just get this out to everyone just so you know where the allocations are going and what the projects are, in their communities. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nakamayak.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 362 on the information items, I see the National Disaster Mitigation for Tuktoyaktuk was $48,000. I'd just like to get a little update on that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The members, right, there is an agreement with the Government of Canada to support the flood and shoreline erosion mitigation plan for the community of Tuktoyaktuk. Under this National Disaster Mitigation Program. We continue to work with the federal government, and as I mentioned, I was at a FTP meeting not too long ago where we're focusing on trying to get more support for some of these types of federal dollars, and I do believe that it should be completed in March. Obviously, we just had a new election in Tuktoyaktuk not too long ago, and we're just getting their new elected officials and staff updated on the on the application and the plan that was submitted to the federal government, and we'll continue to work with them to address that concern.
Thank you. Mr. Nekamayak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that. I know that TUC was struggling last year with the loss of an SAO and the lack of communications with this, and I'm just wondering if the community lost out on any funding dollars, whether it's from Canada or from the N.W.T on this project, due to the lack of communication and change in leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Young.
Didn't lose out on any money. They had an allocation to complete the plan, which is what this project is, and they're still on track to have the plan completed by the end of this March. Once we have the plan, then we will be applying on future federal dollars to implement the plan, and so that will be the next stage. But they didn't lose out on anything. They actually have been able to catch up on the deliverables, and we're still meeting the original target of March for completion of the project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Nekamayak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Just thinking about, I mentioned during session we talk about climate change, and we usually only see or notice, our eyes are only trained enough to notice it in the summer, and we don't really, out of sight, out of mind. In the wintertime, we've been faced with a lot of blizzards all over the territory, and that's really hard on our infrastructure, whether it's territorial, municipal, or Indigenous governments infrastructure. I think we need to look at that moving forward into 2019, 2020 and beyond, into the next assembly, to see what we can do to help assist communities with their disaster planning for the winter months as well too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if that's not a question, it's more of just a comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Nekamayak. Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just under the same heading for Clavik there, just want to make sure that that's ongoing funding. I know the community did have a lot of plans, a lot of erosion on the biggest road, that more work needs to be done, so just want to ensure that that's ongoing funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To confirm, this was a one-time application for funding to Canada to do the disaster mitigation planning. Any additional work for implementation, again, would be like TUC, we would have to apply for additional funding in future years. This specific program was just to do the planning work for communities that have flood and shoreline erosion issues, so that was what we targeted there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Blake.
Okay, thank you. I know there's a lot of funding under the federal grant there, and so will you continue to work with the community to ensure they actually get some work done in the community? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, we'll definitely commit to that continued ongoing work. Some of the work that includes collection of data, a hydrology assessment, hydrology modeling channel stability and development of obviously the flood mitigation options. And it's not only for the community of Aklavik. This is something that we want to make sure that all of our communities that are in a flood risk zone have the option of accessing this program, and we'll work with those communities moving forward. So yes, the commitment's still there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just under the Gwich'in land claim implementation, I see it's only $2,000 compared to other organizations at $66,000. It's not a lot of work you could do with $2,000 for a land claim organization, and I know implementation's always been an issue, so are there plans to increase that? I believe in the past it was, depending on which department we're on, sometimes they'd get like 25,000 or something. It's not a lot that could be done with 2,000. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In each of those implementation funds, those are specific to a 10-year bilateral that was negotiated with Canada, and in each case, the funding is for different things. So in one case, it's to support access to granular. In another case, it's with regards to land management. So all we're delivering is whatever that specific bilateral allowed for us to do. So that's why the number you see is specific to the arrangement on the Gwich'in agreement that we have with Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Blake?
Oh, no, that's good for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further, we will return to the total department on page 327. Municipal and Community Affairs, total department, $110,119,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of municipal and community affairs? Thank you. Committee, thank you to the minister and to the witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses from the chamber. We have concluded the item under consideration, so I will now rise and report progress. Thank you, committee.
May I have the report, Member Hay River North?
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 322-18, brackets 3, main estimates 2019-2020, and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Massey. Do I have a seconder? Member for Dehcho. Motion's in order. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Massey. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Thursday, February 28th, 2019, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgments, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's opening address, petitions, reports of standing and special committees, reports of committees on the review of bills, tabling of documents, notices of motion, notice of motion for the first reading of bills, motions, motion 33-18, bracket 3, first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 40 and Bill 41, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 31, Committee Report 12-18, bracket 3, Committee Report 13-18, bracket 3, Minister's Statement 131-18, bracket 3, Minister's Statement 151-18 bracket 3, Minister's Statement 158-18 bracket 3, Table Document 322-18 bracket 3, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Mr. Clerk, this House stands adjourned till Thursday, February 28, 2019 at 1:30 p.m.
Order.